Chapter 1035. In the dreamlike nebula, the primal chaos mysterious energy that had returned from the secondary dimension appeared before everyone's eyes. This was an enormous mass of bright red energy. Its entire body was in the shape of a cloud, like a rolling cloud. Within it, grayish-white light that looked like ether lightning kept flashing. The energy in the center was the densest, and the density decreased toward the edges. At the periphery, the red energy danced like a thin veil. Upon closer inspection, this energy seemed to be made of tiny particles. A large number of small red clusters of light danced around the primal chaos mysterious energy. These were the subsidiary bodies that the primal chaos mysterious energy had split and multiplied, like its descendants or servants. The one that Evans had bumped into before was one of them. The primal chaos mysterious energy was a primal Esper ability entity. It had an independent mind. Most of its consciousness and energy had been hibernating, and only a small portion of its instincts maintained its daily actions. It had given up on thinking and allowed itself to drift around. This large patch of bright red was reflected in the eyes of the crew members of the various organizations through the portholes of every spaceship, illuminating the surprise and excitement in their eyes. "It's out! It's out! Quick, do it!" At this moment, all the organizations with their own agendas worked together to activate the space-time stabilization traps that they had set up. Buzz! All the space-time stabilization anchors, dimension isolators, reality enhancers, and other devices set up around them were all activated. Other than technology, all kinds of large magic rune arrays and space magic tools also started to take effect. The explosive space energy spread out from different points like ripples, quickly smoothing out the wrinkles in the space in the area. The space-time coefficient was raised to an extremely stable level. Be it hyperdrive or wormhole, neither could be used here. The primal chaos mysterious energy was very sensitive to the changes in space. It instantly sensed the drastic changes in the environment it was in, and its consciousness was awakened. The enormous energy cloud suddenly shrank, and its body shrank rapidly. Its density expanded crazily, trying to turn into a black hole singularity and use its super high density to distort the spacetime coefficient and tear a gap in this trap. The space in this area was like a piece of paper. The traps set up by the various organizations were like forces that pulled the paper straight. The primal chaos mysterious energy's super high density was trying to exert force vertically in the middle of the paper, using a single point to break the surface and make the space wrinkle. The two forces were fighting against each other. If it were a normal piece of paper, it would have been pierced through under such resistance. However, this was a highly stabilized space that could not be destroyed. Seeing this, a voice sounded in the public channel. "Quickly absorb the primal chaos mysterious energy. Its spacetime coefficient is falling. If it keeps resisting, it will break free from our space stabilization trap sooner or later." The next moment, a small fleet closest to it rushed toward the primal chaos mysterious energy, which had already turned into a blinding cluster of light. The outer armor at the front of the spaceship slid open, revealing a special mechanical device that released a shocking suction force toward the primal chaos mysterious energy that targeted energy lifeforms. The primal chaos mysterious energy immediately vibrated slightly, and wisps of energy were sucked out of the cluster of light into the device like beams of light. These organizations that came to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy had all made early preparations. This was a device specifically used to contain and restrain energy lifeforms. Even if the primal chaos mysterious energy condensed itself, its energy would still be sucked out. It was like a tug-of-war. It clenched its fist tightly, and the containment device tried to pry open its fingers. However, at this time, the primal chaos mysterious energy suddenly shot out countless beams of light, bombarding this fleet. The next second, the shield was penetrated, and the spaceship exploded, turning into fireworks in the universe. The fleet was completely annihilated in one round of attacks. As the energy burst out, the psychic attribute of the primal chaos mysterious energy was also activated. Waves of psychic currents with impactful properties were born and spread out. Everyone surrounding the primal chaos mysterious energy suddenly felt dizzy, as if they were affected by infrasound waves. In the Dynasty fleet, Raven secretly curled his lips when he saw this. You're asking for death. The primal chaos mysterious energy is not something without risk. Primal Esper ability entities were extremely ancient. They were a cluster of energy in themselves. Without a host, they could unleash their abilities through extensive means, such as directly shooting out energy. At this time, the primal chaos mysterious energy turned around and fled, flying at super high speed like a meteor. The surrounding fleets immediately revealed their containment devices and chased after it. I'll do it. Ravenlord's eyes sparkled. He left the battleship and chased after it at high speed under the effect of magic while casting spells rapidly. Runes surrounded him one after another, shining with arcane light. Dense magic energy pulled at the primal chaos mysterious energy, greatly reducing its speed. At the same time, waves of arcane energy were injected into the primal chaos mysterious energy and turned into magic runes controlled by Ravenlord. They mixed foreign energy into the primal chaos mysterious energy to weaken its control over its body. The effect was obvious. The primal chaos mysterious energy could no longer maintain its condensed state. The cluster of light quickly exploded and expanded into a cluster of energy cloud. The range of the attack immediately increased by countless times. Beyond grade A mags often traveled in secondary dimensions, so Ravenlord was very experienced in dealing with energy entities. He easily blocked the energy beams that the primal chaos mysterious energy countered without caring about the cost with his spell shield. Seeing that the primal chaos mysterious energy was gradually falling into Ravenlord's control, a surge of psychic energy suddenly swept out from behind him. Ravenlord narrowed his eyes, diverted some of his attention, and used a defensive spell to block the psychic attack behind him. Not far away, a figure passed him and flew toward the primal chaos mysterious energy, holding a high-end portable energy object container in his hand. Humph, Cisco. Without saying anything, Ravenlord also attacked Cisco. The two of them fought while chasing after the primal chaos mysterious energy, dragging each other down. Seeing this, some organizations wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, the spaceships that got close to the primal chaos mysterious energy were all shattered into pieces by the shockwaves from the battle between Beyond Grade As. The two Beyond Grade As kept fighting, magic and psychic energy clashed again and again. The scene was very intense. Ravenlord had the upper hand and suppressed Cisco's attacks. However, although the battle was intense, the two of them did not go all out. They did not forget to save some energy to store the primal chaos mysterious energy. Under the pincer attack of two Beyond Grade As, the primal chaos mysterious energy could not do much. Seals merged into its body one after another, and its resistance became weaker and weaker. Gradually, it showed signs of being completely sealed and stored. At the same time, the Modo civilization's troops were also patrolling around the edge of the battlefield. The dozens of calamity grades on the ship stared at the primal chaos mysterious energy with serious expressions as they discussed in low voices. Guys, the two of them are holding each other back. Should we attack now? The chance is too small. Even with dozens of calamity grades working together, we can only block the attacks of the two of them for a while. There's not enough time for us to retreat. We'll definitely have to sacrifice a lot of lives. It's not worth it. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Their superiors told them to act according to the situation, but there was no chance. Although these calamity grades were usually arrogant, they did not have the confidence to face a Beyond Grade A. Even if they were very loyal to the Modo civilization, no one wanted to die for nothing. In the communication channel, Roddick was silent for a while before he said with a deep voice, "If there's no chance, then forget it. Don't force your way in." Hearing this, the dozens of calamity grades on the ship relaxed their tense bodies and heaved a sigh of relief. Roddick was a little unwilling, but he was not too stubborn about it. The original goal of sending out so many calamity grades was to obtain an absolute advantage without any Beyond Grade As. However, with the intervention of a Beyond Grade A, the mission was basically a failure. Since they could not do it, the best choice was to retreat. There was no need to let the calamity grades of the civilization die. This is just a side mission. There's no need to force it. Facing such a situation, The upper echelons will understand. If a large number of elites are sacrificed for this, the upper echelons will blame it on me. Thinking of this, Roddick said loudly, "Guys, let's retreat." "Okay." Everyone responded happily. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. The Modo civilization's fleet suddenly turned around and charged straight at the primal chaos mysterious energy. Not only that, they even opened fire and launched a surprise attack on Raven Lauder and Cisco. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Even the battle between Raven Lauder and Cisco stopped. They had no choice but to block this surprise attack. Both of them were a little stunned. You're actually firing at us? There's such a brave warrior." In the command center of the base, Roddick's expression changed drastically. He said furiously, "What are you doing? You're crazy. Our spaceship is suddenly not listening to us." The Calamity grades were shocked. Roddick suddenly thought of something, and his face turned pale. This strong sense of déjà vu, virtual intrusion? ****, it's happening again. Roddick was shocked and furious. He was about to yell for everyone to run. However, at this moment, the remote communication connection was directly cut off. The screen turned black, and his face twisted in anger was reflected. Black Star. Bang! Roddick roared and smashed the communicator. The room was instantly filled with the air of powerlessness and fury. The Modo civilization, who was the third party, instantly gained the aggro of the Modo civilization. Raven Lauder and Cisco even stopped fighting each other temporarily. Magic waves and psychic storms smashed into the Modo civilization's troops, and the small fleet they brought was quickly destroyed. The dozens of Calamity grades were terrified. They immediately escaped from the spaceship and scattered. However, Raven Lauder and Cisco did not have the habit of letting people who ambushed them go. They chased after them. The Calamity grades that the Modo civilization spent a lot of effort to cultivate and recruit could only block a few attacks at most. Very soon, they died one after another. The difference between a Beyond Grade A and a Calamity grade was like a chasm. These people had no way of fighting back and could only run for their lives. More than 80% of the dozens of Calamity grades died. Only then did Raven Lauder and Cisco stop and start fighting each other again. This result shocked the other organizations. They all retreated with their fleets, no longer daring to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy with the two of them. The dynasty's fleet was not idle. They were exchanging fire with the Star Pupil Godrace's fleet. In terms of spaceship technology and scale, the dynasty was stronger. The Star Pupil Godrace's fleet was forced to retreat. "You still want to fight with me?" Raven Lauder raised his eyebrows and said calmly with a spell, "We can fight for a few more days and nights, but your fleet will probably be wiped out. I heard you value your people a lot. How about it? Is the primal chaos mysterious energy worth so many lives?" Cisco unleashed a tornado-like psychic energy and shattered the arcane fission bomb. He clenched his teeth and said, "You think you can make me give up with just a few words? Your dynasty's fleet will also suffer quite a lot of losses." "That's right, but those are the dynasty's soldiers. I don't care about casualties." Raven Lauder did not care. "You can't win against me. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. As long as we absorb the primal chaos mysterious energy and get someone to remove the space-time stabilization trap, I can open a portal and leave the battlefield instantly. You're just a psychic. Can you catch up?" Cisco's expression was uncertain. He suddenly stopped fighting with Raven Lauder. He turned around to support the fleet and beat back the dynasty's fleet. Seeing this, Raven Lauder knew that Cisco had given up and smiled in satisfaction. Without anyone stopping him, he cast sealing spells with all his might. Endless arcane light entered the primal chaos mysterious energy. Very soon, a magic shield covered the primal chaos mysterious energy and quickly shrunk. It was completely sealed in the magic crystal ball that Raven Lauder took out. Success! Ravenlord's eyes sparkled. It was as if he saw the universal treasure promised by the dynasty waving at him. Before he could rejoice, the moment the seal was completed, a powerful mind magic that had been charged up for a long time suddenly attacked him and hit his mental barrier. Ravenlord's mind was shaken, and he fell into a temporary dizzy spell. At the same time, a figure suddenly flew out of an ordinary spaceship and approached Raven Lauder at high speed. He cast spells along the way, and magic circles quickly formed around Raven Lauder. Countless blue tentacles of magic power formed from the magic circles and tightly bound Ravenlord's body. This was not a simple binding spell. The official name of this spell was Arrival of Automti, Chaos Magic Tentacles. It was a set of top-level spells that had the effect of silencing a mage's magic for a short period of time. It also had the effect of binding one's soul. Once bound, the mage would be in a stiffened state for a longer period of time and would not be able to control their body. Not far away, Cisco sensed the sudden burst of energy and turned around with shock. There's another beyond grade A? This time, Raven Lauder finally recovered from the stunned state. Shocked, he hastily tried to break free from the binding. However, this figure had already arrived beside him. He snatched the magic sphere container that sealed the primal chaos mysterious energy and pressed his palm on Ravenlord's chest. Dense magic energy gushed out and turned into a thick purple-blue pillar of light, blasting Raven Lauder far away. This attack did not deal much damage. Raven Lauder flew a short distance away and quickly stabilized himself. He looked up in shock and anger. Seeing this figure full of tattoos, his expression froze. "It's you, Secret Master." The circle was not big, and all the famous Beyond Graders knew each other. Secret Master's position in the circle was even higher than his. Secret Master had an indifferent expression. He ignored Raven Lauder, who was both furious and fearful. He looked down at the primal chaos mysterious energy, nodded, and said without changing his expression, "Thank you for helping me with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Thank you for helping me store the primal chaos mysterious energy. I let you keep it for a few seconds. Now, it's back to its owner." Raven Lauder was so angry that he laughed. "I thought Black Star was the most shameless among the Beyond Graders. I didn't expect you to be so strong as well. Why is it returned to its owner? Since when are you the owner of the primal chaos mysterious energy?" "I'm here. It's mine," Secret Master said coldly. Raven Lauder choked and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can get away?" It was not easy to get a chance to exchange for a universal treasure. Even if Secret Master was stronger, Raven Lauder would not give up so easily. Secret Master glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "I can leave if I want to." As soon as he said that, a large piece of the space stabilization trap in this area suddenly disappeared, and a part of it suddenly exploded. When he was setting up the trap, Secret Master had already secretly done something to it. He planted invisible explosive runes that could be remotely controlled so that he could create an environment where his teleportation spell would take effect after he succeeded. The space-time stability coefficient plummeted, and the effect of the trap plummeted. It would not be able to counter the space magic of a Beyond Grade A super. Ravenlord's expression changed drastically. He immediately understood Secret Master's intention and hurriedly started chanting, trying to use space spells to stop Secret Master's teleportation. However, Secret Master was even faster. As his blue magic surged, he had already created the spell model of the teleportation gate. He activated it instantly, and a blue vortex quickly formed beside him. Seeing Raven Lauder quickly approach him, Secret Master's face was calm, and his expression did not change at all. "See you next time, Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly felt his hand sink. The primal chaos mysterious energy seal container in his hand was gone, replaced by a mechanical arm connected to a humanoid mechanical body whose eyes were flashing with blue and gold lightning. The mechanical body appeared next to him without warning. "You!" Secret Master's eyes flickered, and shock finally appeared on his face. This mechanical body tilted its head and suddenly shook. A strange void energy suddenly spread out and covered a large area, including Raven Lauder. The next moment, Secret Master and Raven Lauder both realized that the space in this area had become viscous, and their movements had uncontrollably slowed down. Void prison. Raven Lauder immediately thought of the owner of this ability and blurted out, "Black Star?" Han Xiao's Lord's avatar turned around and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "Yo, you recognize me?" You came at the right time. Raven Lauder was overjoyed. He thought that Han Xiao was a secret reinforcement called by the dynasty. Han Xiao saw through his thoughts immediately and shook his head. I'm not here for the dynasty. Hearing this, Ravenlord's smile froze. He immediately understood that Black Star was different from him. He was not here to get the primal chaos mysterious energy for the dynasty but for himself. In that case, although Black Star was the dynasty's ally, he was his competitor in this matter. Understanding this, Ravenlord's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Secret Master narrowed his eyes. Frustrated that all his efforts had gone to waste, he coldly said, Black Star, you stole my primal chaos mysterious energy. Han Xiao turned to look at him and smiled. I'll use your words. Thank you for keeping it safe for me for a few seconds. He had already made arrangements here. His lord's avatar hid nearby with his mechanical army and watched the entire battle. He also tricked the Modo civilization to complete the mission. When Secret Master broke the spacetime stabilization trap and was about to leave, his lord's avatar finally found the opportunity and used Void Swap to switch places with the primal chaos mysterious energy sealing ritual instrument. This way, the sealing ritual instrument fell into the hands of the mechanical army. However, this way, the energy fluctuation caused the camouflage to fail, and the mechanical army was exposed. In order to prevent the two of them from chasing after him, his lord's avatar directly activated the Void Prison and temporarily restrained Secret Master and Raven Lauder so that the mechanical army could escape with the sealing ritual instrument. As long as they returned to the safe zone, they would have succeeded. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Secret Master thought that he was the Oriole, but what he did not know was that Han Xiao hid even deeper than he did. The only problem is, Han Xiao turned to look at Cisco in the distance. This guy was not trapped by the Void Prison and had the ability to chase after him. Sensing Han Xiao's gaze, Cisco's expression was extremely ugly. This time, the voice of the Star Pupil Protoss officer sounded in the psychic communication network. Leader, we detected a mechanical army that suddenly appeared and is escaping with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Should we chase after them? No, retreat. Seeing Han Xiao, Cisco did not hesitate and turned around to leave. He did not want to have a direct confrontation with Black Star at all, so he was very decisive in his decision. More importantly, even if Black Star's mechanical army did not have his lord's avatar, he felt that he might not be able to beat it. He's actually so smart. Han Xiao could not help but scratch his head and chuckle. He then looked at Secret Master, who had an ugly expression and was filled with hostility, and cracked his neck. I'll gladly accept the primal chaos mysterious energy. If you're not happy, how about I help you loosen your bones? Chapter 1036. Facing Han Xiao's teasing, Secret Master's expression darkened. He did not bother to reply. His gaze went past Han Xiao and looked at the stream of light at the edge of the battlefield. Very soon, the exposed Mech Legion sent out a portion of their people to escort the primal chaos mysterious energy out of sight. The cooked duck had flown away. His mood fell from the peak to the bottom. He was not in a good mood. He intended to chase, but Black Star's Lord's avatar was in front of him, emitting a high-intensity energy wave that made him subconsciously tense. Once he moved, he would definitely attract a storm of attacks. Secret Master retracted his gaze and locked onto Han Xiao in front of him again. He sized him up carefully and said with a tone that was 70% dissatisfied and 30% interested. Black Star, this should be the second time we've met, right? Counting the meeting of the gods, it is indeed the second time. Han Xiao nodded. Humph, then we're pretty fated. Secret Master could not help but emphasize his tone. He was furious that the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken away, but they were all here to snatch it. Everything depended on strength. Whoever snatched it would get it, so there was nothing to question. He originally wanted to be the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, but he did not expect Han Xiao to be there too. Furthermore, he hid even deeper. In the end, he was robbed, and all his efforts were for naught. He really wanted the primal chaos mysterious energy. Now that it was taken away by Black Star, it was not to the point of making him an enemy. They were all big shots in the universe. It was fine if he could not take it away, but if he completely fell out because of this, it would not look good, so there was no need for that. However, it was impossible for him to retreat just like that. He had to fight back. Secret Master did not plan to watch Han Xiao escape so easily. That would make him look like he was scared away by Black Star. He was a person who cared about his reputation, unlike the seven-eyed guy next to him who was used to it. He secretly tried his teleportation spell and realized that it was restricted by the Void Prison. After I break this domain, I'll still have a chance to catch up to the primal chaos mysterious energy and take it back. Secret Master adjusted his mentality and focused on dealing with the current situation. He suppressed his anger, regained his cold expression, and started chatting. Speaking of which, I've always been curious about you. Although we haven't had much contact before, I have a deep impression of you. How deep? Han Xiao didn't mind bickering with him for a while to stall for time. Everyone in the universe is talking about your deeds. In my eyes, you are an ambitious schemer, but at the same time, you are an opportunist. Luck played a large part in the fact that you were able to lay your foundation. Every time you speculated, it gave you the opportunity to develop quickly. You are a lucky person. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but look at Secret Master a few more times. This is the first time someone said that I'm lucky. You must have mistaken me for someone else. He could understand why Secret Master had such an impression of him. In the eyes of the outside world, his rise to power was extremely swift and smooth. All the opportunities seemed to be due to luck. However, this luck was actually an opportunity created by him because he was familiar with the direction of the world and had an advantage in information. However, outsiders would never know this. Let's just say that I'm lucky, Han Xiao joked. Heh, but from today onwards, your good luck ends. Magic runes appeared in the depths of Secret Master's eyes. You should have heard of my name. I can control a person's luck. Looking at how confident he was, Han Xiaoshan felt a little strange and had no choice but to play along. You want to weaken my luck for a long time? You stole my things. You have to pay a price. Secret Master snorted. In fact, he was not willing to become enemies with Han Xiao. After all, after the meeting of the gods, Han Xiao's position in the Beyond Grade A circle was rather special. As a neutral party, it was best not to provoke him. However, he could not take this lying down, and he had to give Han Xiao an explanation. Therefore, he decided to use his best move to punish Han Xiao. Sure enough, we still have to talk with our fists. Han Xiao had expected this and never thought that the other party would give up. The next moment, Secret Master's body emitted a dazzling blue magic light. Everyone says that you are very good at fighting. Let me experience it for myself and see how strong you are. As soon as his voice fell, the accumulated magic energy gushed out like a tsunami, exploding brazenly. Rumble. Han Xiao's Lord's avatar was blasted away by the burst of magic energy. Secret Master took the opportunity to retreat, trying to increase the distance between them. However, after being strengthened by the god's trait transformation, the effect of the Void Prison had increased. This domain-type ability did not differentiate between friend and foe. Han Xiao, who had the Void talent, could move freely within it. He soon realized that no matter how he retreated, he could not get away from Han Xiao. Seeing this, he decided to stop moving and turned into a magic cannon, starting to cast spells. In order to snatch the primal chaos mysterious energy, the Lord's avatar had used void displacement to switch positions with the sealed container, causing it to leave the Mech Legion and enter the battlefield alone. Now, it could only use one Lord's avatar to fight Secret Master while the mechanical army rushed over. Bang! Streaks of blue magic energy with lightning-like trajectories blasted toward Han Xiao one after another, shattering on the shield of the Lord's avatar. Without the mechanical army by his side, his firepower was obviously insufficient. Han Xiao decided to use the floating cannon and charge through the barrage of spells. While Secret Master was unable to increase the distance between them, he uncharacteristically charged toward him. After this promotion, Han Technician's strength and agility attributes were already considered high among Beyond Grade As. His Lord's avatar was facing a mage alone, Close combat was actually more advantageous than ranged combat. One stood on the spot while the other approached rapidly. The distance between them quickly shortened. In Han Xiao's vision, Secret Master's face was getting closer and closer. Eat my fire arrow mallet. Activating his critical strike skill, Han Xiao charged forward. Clang! His metal forehead knocked against Secret Master's head through the magic shield. Secret Master's head instantly buzzed, as though a bell was ringing in his brain. With a thought, all the runes and enchantments on his body lit up. Hundreds of hands of magic formed around him, throwing out a series of punches and fighting with Han Xiao. As a mage, it was very reasonable for him to light up his melee skill tree. What a strong force! Secret Master was secretly shocked that he was at a disadvantage in this exchange. He had sparred with many pugilists in the past. At this time, he discovered that the strength of Han Xiao's Lord's Avatar's melee attacks was even stronger than some beyond Grade A pugilists. He could not help but be shocked by Han Xiao's strength. I keep feeling that Black Star is stronger than the rumors say, this thought flashed through his mind. Secret Master focused his mind and multitasked. While dealing with Han Xiao's crazy close-range attacks, he controlled his magic to construct spell models and cast the mysticism spells that he was good at, specifically targeting luck. Luck was originally ethereal, but at this moment, in Secret Master's vision, a blurry fog suddenly appeared around every life form. Some were thin, some were thick. This was Secret Master's unique spell, which combined the principles of the soul, mind, foresight, divination, and many other aspects to successfully quantify the target's luck. The thickness of the fog represented the luck of a life form. The better the luck, the thicker the fog, and the luck glow unique to protagonists was usually the thickest. Let me see how strong your luck is. Secret Master was determined to reduce Han Xiao's luck. However, after taking a closer look, he was stunned. Normally, beyond grade as were all people with strong luck. To be able to become a big shot in the universe, there was a limit to how bad one's luck could be. In his imagination, Black Star's luck should be so strong that his entire body should be covered in thick fog. However, the real situation was the complete opposite. The fog around Black Star was so thin that it was almost transparent. Secret Master had observed countless people, but this was the first time he had seen someone with such bad luck. He could not believe his eyes. There was no way a beyond Grade A's luck would be so bad. Such an unlucky fellow actually managed to become a beyond Grade A super. Secret Master was dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to attack Black Star's luck, but now, was there still room for this guy's luck to decrease? Many of Secret Master's unique spells indirectly caused huge soul damage by reducing the target's luck. However, against Han Xiao, he realized that his trump card seemed to be useless. He lost his focus for an instant and revealed an opening. Han Xiao did not care about what he was thinking and took the opportunity to attack. Bang! 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 The lightning-fast metal fists rapidly struck the thighs, infusing them with vibrating power. Secret Master took a beating, and a few of the defensive runes on his body were shattered. Feeling pain all over his body, he did not dare be distracted anymore and took a defensive stance, barely holding on under Han Xiao's rapid attacks. While the two of them were having a great time fighting, Raven Lauder, who was also trapped in the Void Prison, started hesitating. Normally, Raven Lauder had to help his dynasty ally, but Black Star was also a competitor for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Only by taking the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy back from Han Xiao can I complete the mission and exchange for the Universal Treasure. After thinking about it, Raven Lauder made a decision and started casting spells to get rid of the effects of the Void Prison, dispelling this domain. Han Xiaoshan sensed something and gave Raven Lauder a death stare. Don't look at me. I'm just carrying out the dynasty's mission. Raven Lauder sensed Han Xiao's gaze and replied before silently working together with Secret Master to dispel the Void Prison. The next moment, the Void Prison domain was dispelled, and the surrounding space returned to normal. While the two of them were fighting, Raven Lauder activated a teleportation gate and disappeared, chasing after the mechanical army that was escorting the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy away. Seeing this, Secret Master wanted to do the same, but the Lord's avatar stuck to him and stalled him. The mechanical army also arrived and activated the space stabilizer and magic disruptor. The effects covered this area and made the teleportation spell ineffective again, so Secret Master could not chase after him. Damn it! Secret Master's face turned darker and darker. This situation meant that he was basically out of this battle. Furthermore, Secret Master could tell that Black Star actually had a way to stop Raven Louder but purposely let him go, leaving only him behind. Is he targeting me? *T. Seeing Secret Master's dark expression, Han Xiao chuckled. You can tell that I purposely let Raven Louder go? I'm not targeting you, I'm targeting him. He purposely let Raven Louder have a chance to chase after him so that he could use Raven Louder as a punching bag. Because of the previous conflict, Han Xiao wanted to show more of his strength to the dynasty, but he did not want the outside world to know that he had grown again, in case the Mecha Empire came looking for him again. Therefore, he wanted to change the battlefield and eliminate as many bystanders as possible. The dynasty's allies were the best targets. Compared to fighting enemies, fighting teammates seemed to be more suitable for establishing dominance. After being beaten up, his teammates would still have to hide the battle information. Although the Lord's avatar was left behind to stall Secret Master, all the apostle weapons were in the escort team. With such a configuration and the mechanical army, even if he was not present, he would still have enough combat power. Splitting the troops and fighting on multiple fronts was the combat style of a beyond grade A mechanic. Chapter 1037. Cisco was scared away by Black Star, Secret Master was held back by the Lord's avatar, and Raven Louder chased after the mechanical army. The situation had changed so many times in such a short time. It was like a battle between gods, and the fleets of the other organizations were completely useless. At this point, the other organizations also knew that they had no share in the primal chaos mysterious energy. They were a little disappointed but not surprised. A few days ago, when they found out that the dynasty and ethereal were involved, they knew that their chances were slim. However, to be able to confirm that the primal chaos mysterious energy had appeared in the Emerald Star Cluster and see a few beyond grade as fighting, most of them felt that this trip was worth it. Therefore, although the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken away by Black Star, the crowd did not disperse immediately. Instead, they took out snacks and watched Black Star wrestle with Secret Master. The only thing missing was shouting hair and clothes. Only a few organizations that did not give up wanted to chase after the primal chaos mysterious energy, but they were stopped by the Mech Legion. Looking at the densely packed psionic cannons, these people had no choice but to stay behind. There was no other way. Black Star was just too thick and strong. While the Lord's avatar was leading the Mech Legion to fight with Secret Master, the dynasty's fleet also reacted. They quickly reported that Black Star was involved in the battle, which alerted the person in charge of this operation, the dynasty's hardline upper echelon, Bekarodi. Black Star is here too? And he even succeeded. In the remote command center in the dynasty's territory, Bekarodi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked and angry. His Excellency Raven Louder has already chased after them. He'll probably have a head-on clash with Black Star. What should we do? The fleet commander asked carefully. Hearing this, Bekarodi's brows furrowed. He could not decide what to do. He felt that this matter was very troublesome. Black Star was an important ally of the dynasty. Logically speaking, the two sides should avoid conflict as much as possible. However, before this, the dynasty did not know about Black Star's involvement, which made Bekarodi somewhat wary. Even with the dynasty's control over the flickering world, they did not realize that Black Star had sent a team here. It could be seen that the Black Star Corps had secretly operated many things in the flickering world with the dynasty's support. Bekarodi believed that under such circumstances, Black Star should be the one taking the initiative to give way. However, Black Star clearly saw that the dynasty was here, yet he still participated in the fight. In Bekarodi's opinion, this was not giving the dynasty any face and had no intention of making up for the relationship between the two sides. This made him, a hardliner, rather unhappy. Without a doubt, he felt that his current situation was all Black Star's fault and couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Should I take the risk of antagonizing Blackstar and continue the operation, or should I take the initiative to retreat and give up on the plan? Sir, should we contact the head of state? While he was thinking, he heard his subordinate's voice. Beccarodi immediately snapped out of his thoughts. He paused for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Don't inform the head of state. Contact Blackstar for me first. I'll talk to him." He knew that Uranril favored Blackstar, so he did not want to inform the head of state. Only by handling it himself would he have the upper hand. The command center dialed Blackstar's number. After 3 rings, the call was connected. Han Xiao's face popped up on the screen with a meaningful smile. "Not bad, not bad. You contacted me 37 seconds earlier than expected." Beccarodi's veins popped. Suppressing his anger, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Blackstar, do you still remember me? I'm Beccarodi. Hello, we meet again. Have you eaten? I just had dinner. You look pretty good. Your sleep quality has been good recently, right? You're getting old, so don't work so hard. Rest more. I'm used to working, and I'm used to working every day. However, I've been sleeping quite well recently." Halfway through, Beccarodi abruptly stopped. Only then did he realize that he had been led astray by Han Xiao. He actually started chatting and almost forgot what he wanted to say. "Plus, we're not that close. Blackstar, you're not stalling for time, are you?" Beccarodi coughed heavily to hide his awkwardness. He quickly regained the upper hand and said, "You know why I'm here, right? I didn't expect you to have your eyes on the primal chaos mysterious energy too. This intelligence came from Escod's legacy. You should have informed the dynasty or at least reported your actions. If you had done that, today's accident could have been completely avoided. Why didn't you tell me?" Han Xiao had a weird expression, as if he was asking what kind of question was this. "Not informing you means that I want it. It doesn't seem like I'm obligated to hand over all the intelligence to the dynasty, much less report my personal actions. We're allies, not superior and subordinate." Beccarodi's face darkened, making the lines on his face harden. With the aura of a domineering CEO, he decisively said, "Anyway, there's no need to discuss this. Listen to me. The dynasty doesn't want the outside world to see us having a conflict with our allies. This needs a solution. That's simple. Give up the fight and give me the primal chaos mysterious energy." Han Xiao smiled. "Impossible." Beccarodi subconsciously said that, but he then felt that his tone was a little inappropriate, so he softened his tone and said with a deep voice, "The dynasty also needs the primal chaos mysterious energy. We won't give it up so easily. What do you want the primal chaos mysterious energy for?" Han Xiao was curious. Beccarodi immediately shut up. He could not possibly tell Blackstar the truth and tell him that they were targeting his evolution cube. The purpose of the primal chaos mysterious energy was to allow Gord to grow quickly and step into the beyond grade A realm. The goal of this was to analyze the evolution cube. Only beyond grade A Gord had the ability to analyze evolution energy with his Esper ability. After a long time, Beccarodi finally said, "This is confidential. Forget it if you don't want to say it." Han Xiao shook his head. "I'm not going to give in just like that. We're allies, but there's no reason for me to give everything to you just because you show your name. Even those ultimate class knowledges have to be exchanged for by me. You can't expect me to be selfless, can you?" Beccarodi nodded. "Okay, then let's make a deal. We're willing to exchange for the primal chaos mysterious energy. What do you want? Information? Knowledge? Resources? Or universal treasures? I can tell that you're eyeing the primal chaos mysterious energy because you want to turn it into a universal treasure. Why don't you just exchange for it from us? You can choose a universal treasure from the list last time, and I can agree to this deal. Originally, hiring Ravenlouder required a universal treasure. Now that the primal chaos mysterious energy was in Blackstar's hands, Beccarodi might as well transfer this deal to Blackstar. Of course, Ravenlouder would not fulfill his end of the deal. He was kicked out, and at most, he would only receive some resources as compensation. Ravenlouder, who was chasing after the mechanical army, did not know that his employer no longer counted on him. The universal treasure that he had been eyeing was basically gone. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What if you go back on your word? If you agree, I'll tell Ravenlouder to retreat and leave the primal chaos mysterious energy with you first. Then, you can make a public statement to eliminate the influence of public opinion caused by this conflict. You can then use it to exchange for the universal treasure with us, so you don't have to worry about us not fulfilling our end of the deal. Bekarodi did not plan to play any tricks in this regard. As a high official of the dynasty, he still had this much magnanimity. Unfortunately, Han Xiao did not plan to agree immediately. If my teammate leaves, who am I going to beat up? We'll talk about this later. I haven't decided if I want to give it to you yet. I need to think about it, so let's compete fairly for now. Since you don't want the outside world to know, let's find a place where there's no one around. Han Xiao's tone was calm. He did not reject the deal completely. Bekarodi's face froze. He was annoyed. What a jerk. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Having said that, he did not want to waste any more time. He simply agreed and hung up the communication. He then told his subordinate to inform Ravenlouder and tell him to get the primal chaos mysterious energy no matter what. In his mind, Han Xiao's main body was still in Blackstar Palace. This time, only a Lord's avatar and a mechanical army came. Right now, Secret Master was holding back the Lord's avatar, so Ravenlouder should still have a chance to succeed. In the bright nebula, Ravenlouder chased after the mechanical army, getting further and further away from the battlefield where the Lord's avatar was and out of everyone's sight. Without the restriction of the space stabilizer, Ravenlord's teleportation was even faster. No matter how fast the mechanical army ran, he could catch up in an instant. However, the reason he chased after them obediently was because he wanted to get as far away from the Lord's avatar as possible so that the Lord's avatar could not interfere with his battle. After all, whether the Lord's avatar was present or not was completely different from the strength of the mechanical army. He did not want to be like Secret Master and use his body to take on the Lord's avatar's attacks. After all, I'm a proper mage. Very crisp. Long-range cannons are my elegance. Rolling up my sleeves and fighting hand-to-hand? You have the nerve to call yourself a mage. Secret Master, who painted himself in all sorts of colors, was not weak in close combat. Ravenlouder, on the other hand, was an old-school mage who played with pure arcane spells. Rather than letting him fight in close combat, it would be better to let a mechanic attack a pugilist. That way, he would die faster. If Blackstar was not included. That's about far enough. Ravenlouder made up his mind. With a teleportation spell, he directly blocked in front of the mechanical army. With a wave of his hand, a top-grade staff popped out and floated above his head. The gem at the end of the staff lit up with a dazzling magical light. The next moment, thick magic books materialized by magic appeared around Ravenlouder one after another. They slowly rotated around him like a star ring, emitting powerful arcane energy waves. The magic book opened, and as the pages flipped rapidly, a thick purple magic light suddenly spread out and turned into a domain. It was like a dark purple spherical energy shield, enveloping all the mechanical troops in front of him. The area was huge. Observing from the inside, the inner wall of the domain was dark purple. Streaks of bright blue and incandescent magic flowed on the surface like arcane comets. The whole domain looked like a purple curtain dotted with blue stripes. Wall of Tranquil, dark purple dueling field. This is a new forbidden spell created by my spell research team. After releasing this spell, Ravenlouder smiled confidently as if he had already obtained the primal chaos mysterious energy. The mechanical force lightning on the mechanical army suddenly dimmed a lot. They fired in all directions, and the psionic cannons disappeared into the inner walls of the domain like they were being absorbed. Some of the mechanical soldiers flew toward the edge. The moment they touched the dark purple inner walls, the inner walls exploded with a dazzling arcane energy explosion, bouncing the mechanical soldiers away. Ravenlouder was certain that the mechanical army would not be able to escape. Seeing this, the villain's soul hidden deep in his body could not help but become restless. He started to perform a traditional explanation. This is a taboo-level barrier domain spell. It can transfer the energy attacks from the inside to the outside while preventing physical objects from passing through the barrier of the domain. Your mechanical army won't be able to escape. Furthermore, this domain can also weaken the spatial connection and energy transmission efficiency of the outside world. Did you notice? Your mechanical force bonus on this army has become weaker. He spoke very happily, but the mechanical army ignored him. They kept physically attacking the inner walls of the domain and were bounced away. Seeing this, Ravenlouder shook his head and smiled. He slowly said, "Don't waste your energy, Blackstar. I know you can hear my voice transmission. Let's discuss this." A few seconds later, the mechanical army gave up trying, looked back at him, opened the wide area communication channel, and sent a message from Han Xiao. "Discuss what? Blackstar, I respect your strength, but your lord's avatar is not here. Fighting me will only waste this army. Why don't you just give me the primal chaos mysterious energy? I'll remember this favor and give you enough compensation. You know, we're allies. There's no need to solve problems with violence." Ravenlouder smiled. He felt that he had already given Blackstar a lot of face. However, only young people would give up their benefits just because someone said a few good words. Han Xiao was only a baby among the beyond grade as. In terms of age, he could be considered a handsome uncle. He was not moved by this at all. Without saying anything, he ordered the mechanical army to start moving. Tut 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 tut. The mechanical army immediately surrounded Ravenlouder and focused their fire on him. However, he was already prepared. Layers of arcane shields protected him, and at the same time, he moved at high speed to dodge the attacks. Offensive arcane spells were released from his hands one after another, bombarding the mechanical army. The area of this domain was very large, giving Ravenlouder enough space to kite. Together with the flexibility of his teleportation spell, he could maintain the battle in mid-range mode, using cannons and spells to bombard each other. Destroying the mechanical army is not the goal. It's best to get the primal chaos mysterious energy and leave. While shooting at the mechanical army, Ravenlouder paid attention to the location of the mechanical soldiers that were escorting the primal chaos mysterious energy. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in the formation of the mechanical army. A crack appeared in the defense of the primal chaos mysterious energy, and he noticed it immediately. Chance. Ravenlouder released a spell that he had prepared beforehand. Invisible shockwaves shot out and separated the mechanical army. Then, he threw out a teleportation spell that he had prepared for a long time and instantly walked out from the side of the primal chaos mysterious energy. A purple hand of magic made of arcane energy grabbed toward the sealed container of the primal chaos mysterious energy that was right in front of him. At this moment, a cold blue light suddenly appeared in the corner of Ravenlord's eyes. The sharp aura made his hair stand on end. In that instant, Ravenlouder hurriedly pulled in his abdomen and dodged. A golden spear with a white base surrounded by dark blue energy easily tore through his magic shield and brushed past the vital part of his lower abdomen, causing him to break out in cold sweat. That was a close call. She was so close to giggling. Psionic Prime, who had been lying in ambush in the army for a long time, suddenly twisted the spear and released a shockwave that directly sent Ravenlouder flying. Psionic Prime's spear was a companion weapon that appeared when he transformed into an apostle weapon. It was silver-orange grade, and its power would grow together with the apostle weapon. Now, Psionic Prime's spear already had many new features compared to before. Multiple sharpness enhancement, super penetration, magic penetration, aura penetration, shield penetration, bleeding, cell regeneration suppression, and so on. When used by Psionic Prime himself, these features would be enhanced. In his hands, it was a very terrifying mid-range weapon that could easily penetrate most shields. Ravenlord's shield was like paper in front of Psionic Prime's spear. Psionic Prime's spear shook, and his streamlined body chased after Ravenlouder. Taking advantage of the sneak attack, he started off with a series of mechanical pugilist combos, not giving Ravenlouder any time to breathe. Before Ravenlouder could even deal with it, a strong sense of danger came from behind him again. A few more hidden apostle weapons rushed up to engage him. They were all Mad Sky Hunter, Heaven Suppressing Flag, and Purple Sky Spirit, who were good at close-range combat. They kept Ravenlouder busy and did not allow him to teleport away. Other than Giant King Kong and the other apostle weapons that were not there, the rest were basically all there. They were all lying in ambush in the mechanical army. Psionic Prime led a portion of them to engage in close-range combat, and Silver Flash led another portion to attack from afar. Due to the success of the sneak attack, Ravenlouder immediately fell into a passive position. With so many apostle weapons, each of them had the strength of a Beyond Grade A under the enhancement of Han Xiao's mechanical force. Now that Han Xiao had advanced, his machinery ability had been strengthened by another level, and the strength of his apostle weapons had also increased. Just one of them would be able to fight against a normal Beyond Grade A for a long time. There was no need to repeat who he was talking about. Fighting one-on-one with more than 10 apostle weapons of this level at the same time, Ravenlouder could not hold on much longer. There were no tricks at all. It was a complete suppression of strength. The situation quickly turned into a one-sided beating. I can't even beat a medium-sized mechanical army without a Lord's avatar. His strength has already improved to this level. Ravenlouder gritted his teeth and endured the fierce attacks of more than 10 people. The energy in his body was drained like a flood. He was filled with disbelief and a sense of helplessness. Feeling how flustered he was, Ravenlouder was very sure of one thing. Black Star had become stronger again. At this moment, he suddenly recalled his experience of facing the Mecha Empire many years ago. This is the feeling. So strong that even a Beyond Grade A like me is afraid. Chapter 1038. This was not the first time Han Xiao had fought against a mage. Every Beyond Grade A mage specialized in different styles, and they all had their own unique combat styles. Ravenlouder was a member of the Ancient Ones. Although he had already reached the ceiling of his growth due to his limited potential and could not advance to the peak Beyond Grade A, he had learned countless spells over the years. The Arcane Research Institute under him was a magic research organization that he used to develop new spells. In this battle, he displayed his vast knowledge of magic. Compared to Dragon King Milizors, who was also an Ancient One, the two of them had very different styles. If one were to describe them in the wuxia novels he had seen in his previous life, the old dragon would be like an expert with extremely strong internal energy. He mainly used the powerful dragon race magic inherited from his race, and his combat style would be unstoppable. Ravenlouder, on the other hand, was the kind of person who had ordinary internal energy but extremely precise moves. His ability to counter every move was very strong. Beyond grade as were not simple. Facing an extremely unfavorable situation, although Ravenlouder was flustered by the attacks of Psionic Prime and the other apostle weapons and was at a disadvantage, he gradually used his rich combination of spells to give himself a chance to catch his breath. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of attacks that he had prepared for a long time. The staff gem flashed, and ribbon-like runes appeared around it. Purple arcane energy blew up like a tornado and quickly expanded into a tornado. The violent energy blew away the apostle weapons that were fighting close to him, creating a temporary space for him to attack. Ravenlouder was in the eye of the tornado. His hand gesture changed, and the arcane storm quickly condensed into thousands of magic arrows that hovered around him. The high-density arcane energy seemed to have materialized and turned into crystal-clear purple crystals. Secret technique Arcane Nova Arrow Curtain. The runes vibrated, and purple crystal-like arrows suddenly shot out in all directions. They flew into the mechanical army and exploded into bright purple arcane energy. Boom 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 boom. Ripples of arcane energy spread out, knocking away a large number of mechanical soldiers. At the same time, the vibrations of magic particles caused by the arcane energy also caused many mechanical soldiers to be temporarily stunned. This move had both a large area of effect and a crowd control effect. Ravenlouder did not stop moving. With a swipe of his palm, a materialized magic book suddenly spread out. All the glowing pages danced in the air, turning into a circular rotating blurry belt of light. It then turned into a white secondary dimension channel that rapidly expanded behind him. The circular channel had a diameter of 10,000 meters. Buzz, 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 a huge quadrangular spire that looked like it was made of crystal poked its head out of the passageway and gradually revealed its full appearance. At first glance, one could tell that it was a magnificent magic building. Advanced arcane spell, Mage Tower summon. His summoning the Mage Tower, stop him. Psionic Prime's eyes flashed, and he stopped himself from flying backward. He raised his spear and charged forward again. The Mage Tower was the core equipment of high-grade mags. It was like a completely different person using it or not. Only when the mage was one with the Mage Tower would they be at their peak state. For example, Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells was a gold-grade Mage Tower. Not only did it provide him with extremely strong combat power, but it also gave him extraordinary agility. A Mage Tower that could be stored in a secondary dimension and summoned at any time was extremely expensive. Normally, when a mage summoned a Mage Tower, it basically meant that they would enter a positional battle mode. This was because most Mage Towers did not have as powerful a teleportation ability as the Palace of Hidden Spells. The Mage Tower was his trump card. Now that he had summoned it, he was not going to hold back and was going to go all out. Blackstar, you're indeed stronger than me, but it won't be that easy to defeat me. Raven Louder bit his lips tightly. His pride as a Beyond Grade A was provoked, and his battle intent was ignited. The mechanical army immediately activated the space-stabilizing device. However, in the territory of the dark purple dual arena, the dense magic energy weakened the effect of the space-stabilizing device. Raven Louder was also casting spells to resist, trying his best to stabilize the summoning channel. The Mage Tower extended out section by section. Silver Flash and the mechanical army changed their target and bombarded the Mage Tower that was teleporting. The large arcane defense rune protecting the Mage Tower appeared like a translucent light purple energy shield, continuously blocking the attacks. It vibrated non-stop and exploded in circles of light waves and electric arcs. Raven Louder used all his magic energy. Dark purple radiance rose from his body. During the process of summoning the Mage Tower, his mobility was greatly reduced. The thick arcane shield protected him from being interrupted while he was casting spells. Suddenly, the space behind him fluctuated. Quang Tianlai, who had the short-range teleportation ability, teleported into the shield. His sharp blades and fangs drew a sharp arc in the air. At this critical moment, Raven Louder hurriedly turned around, and Quang Tianlai brushed past him, leaving behind a trail of blood. The shockwave of arcane energy sent Mad Skyhunt flying. Only then did he lower his head to take a look. There were deep wounds on his ribs and the sides of his legs, and the wounds were wriggling and healing under the effects of his body's instincts. Before he could do anything else, Psionic Prime had already arrived. Leaving behind a high-speed afterimage, he stabbed out with his spear as fast as a meteor. Psionic Prime's magic penetration and aura penetration effects countered him greatly. The summoning was about to end. If he wanted to block this attack, he would have to cast spells and forcefully interrupt the summoning. Raven Louder clenched his teeth and decided not to dodge. He had to drag the Mage Tower out even if it meant getting injured. Whoosh! The shield was like paper in front of Psionic Prime. The spear easily pierced through the shield and pierced through Ravenlord's chest. Raven Louder did not care. He completed the last spell of the summoning and glared at Garin angrily. Descend. Boom. The summoning of the entire Mage Tower was finally completed. Light shone brightly, and extremely dense magic energy was released. It was as if a hurricane had appeared on the ground. Including the apostle weapons, all the mechanical soldiers in the arena were blown away. They were all slammed into the inner walls of the dark purple arena, causing secondary damage. This was a crystal tower. The base was a huge round plate. It looked like a chess piece that had been enlarged countless times. Colorful magic radiance flowed inside the crystal. Countless runes formed a spherical shield that enveloped the Mage Tower and slowly rotated on its own. Raven Louder coughed, casually took out a light green healing magic ball, and stuffed it into the wound that Psionic Prime had pierced to stop the bleeding. Then, he flew into the Mage Tower and connected his magic with the energy core of the Mage Tower, becoming one with the tower. The next moment, rows of black holes appeared at the base of the mage tower. Countless magic puppets and alchemy puppets swarmed out. Teleportation channels opened up all around, and a large number of monsters were summoned to face the mechanical army. With the spear spinning in his hand, Psionic Prime swung the battle spear like a stick, slashing out waves of light that easily cut the demonic puppets and monsters in his way into halves. The scene was as if he was harvesting leeks. At this time, Ravenlord's mental fluctuations filled the entire domain. It was as if his thunderous voice was echoing in the world. Since you're pursuing battle, let's see it to the end. Blackstar, come. A complete beyond grade A mage. I can't let down the Lord's trust. Lightning flashed in Psionic Prime's eyes. His data neurons were calculating the huge amount of information. He was not afraid at all and led his mechanical army forward. The troops of both sides clashed like two torrents, creating huge waves. After a long time, when the dynasty fleet arrived at the scene, what they saw was a mess. Countless gemstones, mystic gold, flesh, and mechanical remains floated in this area. The space was still filled with the scorching radiation left behind by the explosion of high-energy reactions. A mage tower that was riddled with holes floated in the air. The crystal was full of scorched holes and spiderweb-like cracks. The magic light that surrounded it had completely dimmed. It was obvious that it had been through an extremely fierce battle. The dynasty fleet did not see any traces of the mechanical army. They hurriedly sent people into the mage tower and found Ravenlouder leaning against the wall. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a terrible state. He was covered in wounds, and there were pools of solidified golden blood on the ground. His broken staff was placed beside his feet, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. You, cough cough, are finally here. Ravenlord's voice was weak. He stood up while holding onto the wall. A few dynasty soldiers quickly went up to help him. How did it end up like this? Beccarodi, who was commanding from afar, was shocked. The opponent was just Blackstar's mechanical army. Even if they could not take it back, as a beyond grade A, Ravenlouder should not have been beaten up like this, right? Did Blackstar's main body come? Beccarodi thought of this possibility and asked curiously. Ravenlouder shook his head, panted, and said, "No, he didn't come." "Oh, so you should have wiped out the mechanical army and taken back the primal chaos mysterious energy?" Beccarodi probed. No wonder he could not see any traces of the mechanical army. He felt that this was the most likely guess. "No, I was defeated." Ravenlouder shook his head again with a complicated expression. Beccarodi's expression froze. "So, you, a beyond grade A, came personally and even used a mage tower, but in the end, you were defeated by Blackstar's mechanical army that did not have a lord's avatar? Little brother, what's wrong with you? You're too weak." Seeing Beccarodi's expression, Ravenlouder knew that the other party was looking down on him. His face darkened, and he said with a deep voice, "You know nothing about Blackstar's strength." As he spoke, he repeated the process of the battle and described the situation in detail. He also made an accurate analysis of Han Xiao's current strength. "I've fought with the Mecha Empire before, and I have a very clear impression of it. The current Blackstar must have touched the god's trait transformation level. That's why his apostle weapons and mechanical army have the strength to overwhelm me." Listening to the report, Beccarodi's expression unknowingly became extremely serious. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. "Blackstar's strength has stagnated for about 20 years. I originally thought that he would need more time to break through the bottleneck. I didn't expect him to grow so quickly again. During the version update, Han Xiao did not level up much. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck, which made the outside world heave a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally reached his temporary limit." Beccarodi originally thought the same, but looking at Ravenlord's sorry state, he knew that Blackstar had once again found a way to advance. 20 years was not a short time, but compared to the growth of a beyond grade A, this was too fast. Letting out a long sigh, Beccarodi said with a deep voice, "Report the situation of the operation to Her Excellency the Ruler, and put this information into a confidential file. Do not leak it." At this moment, he made the right choice. Hiding the information about Black Star's strength growing again was not because he was willing but because he knew that ruler Uranril would definitely give such an order. Although Bekarodi did not like Black Star, he knew that hiding the strength of an ally was beneficial to the dynasty. Even if his beloved primal chaos mysterious energy was stolen, he would still have to clean up after Black Star. Let's retreat. Bekarodi was depressed and gave up on the operation. Then, our deal, Ravenlouder spoke, hinting at the mess on the ground with his eyes. His meaning was clear. He had already done his best. Even if he did not contribute, he should at least contribute. Bekarodi was expressionless. The dynasty will bear the cost of repairing your mage tower and the loss of your puppets. As for the universal treasure, sorry, you did not complete the mission, so I can't give it to you. This is the rule. Then, he did not want to talk about this anymore and hung up. Ravenlouder clenched his teeth. Not only was his mage tower destroyed, his puppets were destroyed, and he was also beaten up. Plus, he did not even get the universal treasure that he had been longing for. What a huge loss. Ravenlouder rubbed the bruises on his face. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had suffered this beating for nothing. Black Star, you be *starred, we're allies after all. You really don't hold back at all. Remember this, I'll get back at you sooner or later. Just nice, the tyrant was bullied by Black Star before. Let's go find him. Ravenlouder was indignant. He was only angry because he was beaten up by Han Xiao. As for missing out on the universal treasure, he did not blame Han Xiao entirely. If not for Black Star, Secret Master would most likely have gotten it. After all, every wrong had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. In this regard, he was still rational, but he was still angry. After returning to the initial battlefield, the Lord's avatar was still fighting with Secret Master with the mechanical army. They had fought for 3,000 rounds. At this moment, the Lord's avatar suddenly paused. He ordered the troops to stop and retreated. Secret Master frowned. He raised the magic axe in his hand but did not throw it out. Why did you stop? Han Xiao waved his hand. I got it. There's no need to fight anymore. If you're still not satisfied, I can keep you company. Hearing this, Secret Master fell silent. He had been delayed for too long. He did not know where the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken to by Black Star, and he could not catch up. Originally, he wanted to teach Han Xiao a lesson with his secret technique of providence. However, this *starred was the unluckiest guy he had ever seen. His providence could not be shaken. According to divination, this was the sign of an early death. Logically speaking, he should have died a long time ago. Who would have thought that he would become such a big shot today? To be honest, Secret Master was actually a little impressed. To be able to survive to this day with such a tragic fate and providence, he had no choice but to be impressed. Since his providence technique could not do anything to Black Star, Secret Master could only swallow his anger. After all, even if he destroyed the Lord's avatar here, it would not cause much of a loss to Black Star. Plus, he could not destroy it. You win today. Secret Master took a deep look at Han Xiao and sent out a one-on-one mental wave. Seeing that you're so unlucky, I'll give you a reminder. Garutan might be planning something bad for you. Han Xiao was stunned. You're so kind as to remind me. Humph. Secret Master did not answer. He turned around and returned to the spaceship, leading the fleet away. Looking at Secret Master's back, Han Xiaoxin's mind moved slightly. Han Xiao remembered that Secret Master and Beast Ancestor Garutan were both protectors of the galactic black market. Logically speaking, they should be on the same side. Even though he had ruined Secret Master's plan, Secret Master still took the initiative to remind him and betray Garutan. Looks like there's also infighting among the protectors of the galactic black market. Could it be that with one less protector, I'll get more benefits? Han Xiao thought to himself. The battle between the two had ended. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the other organizations also left. To most of the organizations, although they had made a wasted trip this time, they had personally participated in a huge event, so it was not a wasted trip. They would have plenty of opportunities to brag to others in the future after obtaining first-hand information. The Modo civilization might have become the biggest loser of this event. Before they could even touch the primal chaos mysterious energy, most of the dozens of calamity-grade elites had died. How pitiful! Han Xiao expressed his sympathy. The fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy had come to an end. Now that everyone had left, he could finally have a look at the big treasure in his hands. Chapter 1039. A mechanical army arrived at a barren, salt-white planet outside of the star zone. The surface of the planet was a boundless white desert. Psionic Prime led his army and slowly landed on the white desert. A small black dot hovered 1 meter above the ground. It was a divine mechanical throne. Han Xiao's main body sat on it with his eyes closed. He focused on controlling the Lord's avatar and the long-range troops. His entire body released blue-gold lightning, and the lightning snakes disappeared 1 meter away from his body. He entered the quantum infinite distance transmission channel and provided the troops with long-range support. As the Black Army stepped onto the ground, Han Xiao opened his eyes at the same time. "You're back. Lord, we've completed our mission." Psionic Prime walked at the front. He stabbed his spear into the ground and took out the magic ball container that sealed the primal chaos mysterious energy. Han Xiao looked over. Inside the translucent magic ball was the primal chaos mysterious energy that had shrunk countless times. It was like a red cloud that kept changing shape. "Well done." Han Xiao picked up the magic ball and played with it in his hands. He then sized up the troops in front of him. This army did not win easily against Ravenlouder at his peak state. A large number of normal troops were killed, and almost every mechanical soldier had battle scars on them. Many of them had broken armor, revealing their internal structure, which was still flashing with electric sparks. Of the more than 10 apostle weapons, 4 of them were paralyzed by Ravenlouder and carried to Han Xiao by their companions. They lay on the ground, unable to move, and Han Xiao had to kiss, hug, and lift them up high before they could cough. They had to be fixed by him personally. Apostle weapons had self-repair abilities, but there was a limit. When the damage exceeded a certain level or the Tinder energy was below the warning level, they would enter a state of paralysis or hibernation. These 4 apostle weapons were mainly close combat types. They were all brutes like Mad Sky Hunter and Heaven Suppressing Banner. Although they did not die in Ravenlord's hands, they took tons of damage. "Thank you for your hard work." Han Xiao nodded. He raised his hand, and 4 silver nanoparticles gushed out and merged into the 4 apostle weapons. Their bodies trembled, and the external damage was slowly repaired. "Let's leave it at that for now. If we want to completely repair it, we'll have to throw it into the secondary dimension arsenal for major repairs," Han Xiao casually explained. He then stared at Psionic Prime and smiled. "How is it? Did you get anything?" Psionic Prime nodded. "Our neurons and memory banks have collected all the battle data. There are new cases in the database of Beyond Grade A battle patterns, which is more complete. The next time we deal with Ravenlouder or other Beyond Grade A mags, we will be able to formulate more targeted strategies to reduce losses and increase efficiency." The apostle weapons were all growth-type mechanical life forms. They had a strong learning ability. After fighting with all kinds of strong enemies, the stored battle process could be converted into actual combat experience for the apostle weapons, allowing them to become stronger and even learn special battle techniques. "Very good. This is the first time you have defeated a complete Beyond Grade A without the help of the Lord's avatar. I'm very satisfied with your results." Han Xiao gave a few words of encouragement. He then had the mechanical army set up the space-stabilizing trap while he crushed the sealing crystal ball. Ravenlouder had just sealed the primal chaos mysterious energy when it was snatched away by Secret Master. He did not have the time to set up any magic seals, so it was enough for him to directly destroy the container. However, this simple and violent method could only be replicated by Beyond Grade As. Calamity grades would not be able to destroy it. KACHA. The crystal ball shattered and exploded, turning into specks of light. Boom. The primal chaos mysterious energy broke free and instantly expanded. The first thing it did was secondary dimension travel to escape. However, the mechanical army had already set up a trap, so it could not escape. At this moment, Han Xiao raised his hand, opened his palm, and grabbed toward the primal chaos mysterious energy. He then made a pulling motion. Whoosh! A powerful suction force exploded, and the primal chaos mysterious energy flowed toward Han Xiao uncontrollably. The red energy cloud was quickly absorbed into his body. Hiss! Han Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air, and a bright red light shot out from his eyes. According to the Universal Civilization's research on primal Esper ability entities, only Espers and ordinary people could become the host. However, as Old Ma said, the truth comes from practice. Han Xiao planned to test the authenticity of the information himself. After all, his first choice was naturally to use it himself and see if he could adapt to it. He was not worried about failure. The power of the backlash could kill a calamity grade, but it would only injure a beyond grade A at most. Humbly speaking, he felt that his recovery speed was barely passable, so he was not afraid at all. Cells were the residents of primal Esper ability entities. As soon as the primal chaos mysterious energy entered his body, it automatically merged with every cell. Intense pain instantly exploded in Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao could clearly feel that due to the difference in energy attributes, the primal chaos mysterious energy clashed with his own energy, forming a feeling similar to rejection. The more primal chaos mysterious energy his cells absorbed, the more intense the corrosive pain became. However, compared to the pain of promotion, this was nothing. Han Xiao frowned slightly, opened the status bar on the interface, and took a look. Your body has been invaded by primal Esper ability entities. Due to energy repulsion, you will receive 30,000 to 50,000 corrosive damage per second. You have entered the cell suppression, energy conflict type state. Due to energy corrosion, the cells that provide energy to you are limited. Minus 30% health, energy, and stamina recovery rate. You have entered the mild weakness state. Energy corrosion has weakened your body. Minus 15% all attributes, minus 15% health, and minus 15% energy. You need to use additional energy to suppress the primal Esper ability entities. Your energy limit is temporarily reduced by 40%. Whoa, a bunch of negative statuses. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. His original plan was that even if he could not adapt, he could try to use his own recovery speed to forcefully bear the burden of the primal chaos mysterious energy and use it. However, seeing this bunch of negative statuses, he knew that this would not work. Looks like I won't be able to become the host. Han Xiao shook his head. The energy in his body surged, and the primal chaos mysterious energy in his body was directly ejected. He instantly felt refreshed, and all the negative statuses from before disappeared. He was full of energy again. Before the primal chaos mysterious energy could do anything, Han Xiao took out a containment device to restrain the energy entity. It looked like a 70 centimeter long mechanical tube with translucent yellow nanoglass in the middle. Without saying anything, he used the mechanical creation to contain the primal chaos mysterious energy again. The miniature version of the primal chaos mysterious energy inside tried to escape but could not pass through the special energy confinement field. Han Xiao shook the tube. Seeing the primal chaos mysterious energy fall a few times because of his shaking, he could not help but chuckle. Although I won't be able to become the host, with my technology, it won't be hard to make use of the primal chaos mysterious energy. The mage class can seal it in a special puppet and turn it into a combat puppet. I can also build a special mechanical shell and turn it into the carrier of the primal chaos mysterious energy, creating an artificial mechanical host. However, I'll need to conduct a comprehensive experiment to figure out how to create the carrier. Han Xiao secretly thought about how to cook the primal chaos mysterious energy. He was like a chef pondering about a precious ingredient, whether to steam or braise it. At this time, a weak mental wave was released from the container, filled with helplessness. A neutral voice sounded in Han Xiao's mind. This unfamiliar beyond grade A, can we have a chat? The primal chaos mysterious energy is talking? That's right. After all, This guy is an independent life form that has not given up on thinking. Han Xiao raised his brows and looked at the container in his hand with interest. He opened his mental barrier and formed a mental communication connection with the primal chaos mysterious energy. You're the primal chaos mysterious energy? That's just what you call me. My real name is Mazaniel Cade Piroy, the Red Spirit Dit. After hearing a few dozen words, before the name was even finished, Han Xiao could not help but interrupt its self-introduction. Stop, that's too troublesome. I'll just call you Hun. Hun. The primal chaos mysterious energy's tone was stiff. It had probably never heard such a nice name before. Don't mind these details. What do you want to talk to me about? Han Xiao raised his brows. What do you plan to do with me? Han Xiao thought about it and told it the truth. I'll create a carrier that can accommodate you and let you fight for me. If that doesn't work, maybe I'll find a new host for you. I knew it. Surprisingly, the primal chaos mysterious energy was not angry. I've seen many beyond grade as. When I fused with you just now, I knew that you're one of the rare beyond grade as. I'm powerless to resist, so you can do whatever you want with my body. Be gentle, don't be too rough. Why do you sound so weird? Han Xiao coughed and asked curiously, You're not angry that you've become my puppet? My life is longer than you can imagine. I've experienced everything. You're not the first person to try to control me. You're just another passerby in my life, the primal chaos mysterious energy said casually. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He did not know how to describe it. Had he already been taught by his predecessors? If you live as long as I do, you'll know the feeling of loneliness. It's the most terrifying feeling in the universe, so I've been sleeping most of the time. Instead, the experience of fighting side by side with every host is one of the few exciting memories in my life. The primal chaos mysterious energy was honest. As an ancient energy life form that spent most of his time sleeping, he did not bother to hide his true thoughts. Han Xiao suddenly thought of what happened to Evans not long ago. So, you actually really want to meet a host? When I'm sleeping, I'll have my subbodies look for adapters everywhere. Whenever I'm interested, I'll find a host and start a new adventure. Han Xiao's face twitched. The world is really changing nowadays. Even an Esper ability knows how to find a backup plan. Fart. Trash Esper ability. However, this did explain Evan's problem. It was a story of a backup plan. There are way too many things to complain about. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. If you're so smart now, why did you run just now? I prefer to take the initiative, but it's not like I can't enjoy being passive, the primal chaos mysterious energy snorted. To put it bluntly, you have to lower your head when you're under someone else's roof. You're quite smart, you coward. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He originally thought that the primal chaos mysterious energy would resist fiercely and would rather die than submit. He did not expect his true nature to be so refreshing. However, it made sense. An energy life form that had lived for so long probably did not care about many things. It definitely resisted when it was first caught, but as long as it crossed the bottom line, it would gradually slide into the abyss of true pleasure. Han Xiao somewhat understood why the primal chaos mysterious energy had such a personality. Although it was ancient, if it did not have enough strength, it would not be hard no matter how old it was. That person said it well. If you can't resist, you can only enjoy. As time passed, the primal chaos mysterious energy gradually developed a calmness that went with the flow. This time, the primal chaos mysterious energy took the initiative to talk to him. I haven't woken up for a long time. What's the situation in the universe like now? What happened in the past few years? And who are you? Quick, tell me. Since you're so cooperative, I'll tell you. Han Xiao shook his head. Through the mental connection, he quickly sent a large amount of information to the primal chaos mysterious energy. The primal chaos mysterious energy looked at the information with great interest. It seems like a lot of big things happened in the universe while I was asleep. I remember that when I was asleep, the beyond grade as were not even this batch, and there weren't so many of them either. How long have you been asleep for? Han Xiao could not help but ask. A few hundred years or 1,000 years? Sigh, how would I remember? Time means nothing to me. The primal chaos mysterious energy sighed and said in a tone that said, before the beyond grade as, we already existed. Before the birth of a beyond grade A, our primal esper ability entities already existed. I'm not trying to show off, but think about it. In the era where individual strength had yet to reach the beyond grade A level, we represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Countless people chased after our strength. Our era only ended when the beyond grade A level appeared. The primal esper ability entities were extremely ancient. They definitely had a glorious history in the distant ancient universe. They might even be the main character of a certain period. This seemed to be a group with a lot of stories. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Then, do you know where the other primal esper ability entities are? It's been so long. I don't know where they went. This time, the primal chaos mysterious energy paused. His tone changed, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. However, I might know where one of them is. If you're interested, I can help you catch him. Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Han Xiao was suspicious. Do you like beating up your teammates too? To tell you the truth, that guy and I are old enemies. I've always disliked him. A long time ago, we fought every day, and who knows how many hosts died. If you're interested in him, I'm very willing to help. The primal chaos mysterious energy could not wait. Hearing this, Han Xiao was a little surprised. Not only did he catch the primal chaos mysterious energy, he even got an unexpected reward. Buy one, get one free? Amazing, I clearly did not bring fooding here. Could it be that secret master pitied me and secretly gave me a wave of luck? This might be a trap. Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked, then, what's it called? Its name is Na. Oh, according to what you call it, it should be the holy light particle. Holy light particle? Han Xiao's eyes flickered. This was also a familiar name. Sharing the same husband with the primal chaos mysterious energy was the second esper ability that Evans had. As an important character in Escod's storyline, Evans had a lot of protagonist opportunities. The primal chaos mysterious energy wanted him to help take back the part of his body that Escod had taken away, so it spared no effort to help him improve his strength. It was probably like today when it voluntarily revealed the existence of the holy light particle. Furthermore, Evans had a special physique and was actually compatible with the holy light particle. The two primal esper ability entities reached some kind of agreement and decided to share a host. At that time, Evans was the first person in the entire universe to have multiple hosts, achieving the achievement of having multiple queens at once. The life of a harem-type protagonist was undoubtedly displayed. Speaking of which, this young man is really a talent. Even if he can't be a host, recruiting him into the army can increase my luck. No problem. I don't mind having more primal esper ability entities. Where's the holy light particle? Han Xiao was interested. As far as I know, it has been entrenched in a secondary dimension for a long time. That's a world where light materializes. Everything is made up of colorful light. The solid light is like dazzling gems, and the liquid light is like thick and sticky milk. The primal chaos mysterious energy described it in as much detail as possible, showing its deep enmity toward its nemesis. At the same time, Han Xiao's interface moved. You have triggered the mission, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies Nemesis. Mission Introduction. You have captured the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. It is a very casual guy. If you can help it solve a small problem, it is willing to fight alongside you. Mission requirements. Defeat another Primal Esper ability entity, Holy Light Particle. Reward, 24 GB experience, 2 character summon cards, special milestone mission unlocked, Primal Esper ability collector. Chapter 1040. Damn, it even gave me a mission. Han Xiao glanced at it curiously. Primal Esper ability entities were very strong, but they were nothing to him at the moment. To paraphrase an anime he had seen in his previous life, the existence of Primal Esper ability entities was somewhat similar to that of a tailed beast. In the beginning, it was exaggerated to the skies, as if it was invincible, but in the later stages, in the eyes of those super combat forces that could easily move mountains and fill seas and plant trees. Could this thing even kill people? Similarly, the host was like a Jinchuriki. If the primal Esper ability entities met a powerful host, they would have a chance to unleash even more power. Looking at the mission reward, Han Xiaoshan started to calculate. From the difficulty of this mission, it requires a large number of Calamity-grade players to form a team. It's a team mission in the later versions, but the EXP reward fits the criteria. 2 character summon cards, probably for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle. To the players, they basically can't take over the Primal Esper ability entities, so the character summon cards are useful. I can subdue them, so the character summon cards are just a bonus to me. Only this special milestone mission seems interesting. This was usually a hidden mission. Han Xiao had seen other special milestones in his previous life, but this was the first time he had seen Primal Esper Ability Collector. No one had triggered it in his previous life. It does sound cool, but I don't know what effect it has. Maybe it's more suitable for Espers? Han Xiao stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and put this question aside. No matter what, he was going to push for the Holy Light Particle anyway, mainly to get another Primal Esper ability entity. The mission was just a bonus. He would see what this special milestone mission was about when the time came. Right now, he had no clue. I promise you this. I'll definitely get the Holy Light Particle to accompany you. Then, when do we leave? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy could not wait. It looked like it wanted to take revenge, but based on his experience in his previous life, Han Xiao felt that it could not wait to meet its old flame. Esper ability. Han Xiao thought for a while, shook his head, and said, not now. I still have some things to do. When the time is right, I'll make a move on it. He had some things to do at the moment. His first task was to create the King and the Emperor's cape, the 2 gold equipment. At the same time, he also had to research a special carrier for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and create a mechanical host. This way, he could have a special mechanical guard with a high-risk Esper ability. Its grade was not easy to determine, and it depended on the performance of the carrier. If he could turn it into a mechanical life form, with the effect of the Esper ability, it would definitely be able to display dazzling combat strength. Of course, there were similar precedents in the mechanic class. The Beyond grade as captured by the Mechanic Emperor were used to create special mechanical puppets. Apostle weapons were a high-level troop type given by the class, and mechanics could create their own unique high-level troop type. On the other hand, the information revealed by Secret Master also made Han Xiao even more certain that Hela's situation was dangerous. Therefore, his main body still had to hide in the Emerald Star Cluster and wait for the opportunity to move. At the same time, players from all over the universe were rushing to the flickering world, and the situation in the world server was quickly taking shape. According to Han Xiao's understanding of the players, although he was harvesting leeks happily, the army players standing out like cranes in a flock of chickens would also be targeted by the players of other factions. He had to stay here and observe the situation. Due to the existence of the Black Star Corps, the trajectory of the players in the flickering world was naturally different from his previous life, so he had to adapt to the situation. Compared to the importance of these things, the issue of the Holy Light Particle had to be put aside for a while. Not to mention, this mission also required him to make a trip to the secondary dimension and find out which secondary dimension the Holy Light Particle was in. Alright, I'll wait. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy did not mind. It had a long lifespan, so it was not in a hurry. It understood that Black Star's current identity was its master, not a tool like the previous host. Its only regret was that it would probably be sealed in a lifeless mechanical body, unable to communicate with others, so it was not as interesting as being played by the host. Sigh, I clearly found a perfect partner not long ago, but it's a pity that I won't be able to fuse with him. At this time, Han Xiao disconnected the mental connection, put the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy into his pocket, stood up, put away the divine mechanical throne, summoned a spaceship, and returned with Psionic Prime and the others. As the ownership of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was settled, All the retreating participants no longer had any intention of keeping it a secret. They quickly released a recording of the scene on the internet, and in just a few hours, it was on the headlines. The primal chaos mysterious energy appears, falling into Black Star's hand. The changes in the flickering world now affected the nerves of the entire universe. The primal chaos mysterious energy appeared in the free competition zone and fell into Black Star's hands. This news ignored the distance in reality and quickly spread on the internet of the various starfields. The galactic residents did not know much about primal Esper ability entities, but the super high-risk Esper ability list was very famous. Furthermore, there were two popular titles, Flickering World and Black Star. At the same time, there was a recording of the battle in the news. Therefore, it was not surprising that the news was so popular. It quickly became the topic of conversation for countless galactic residents. A few hours after the news was released, the production company of Wayne Cards announced that they would be creating a new card for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, possibly joining the Black Star Core Faction card deck. They were also considering releasing the Primal Esper Ability Entities series of cards in the future. The players who liked to surf the internet also saw this news. While being surprised, they also remembered the new concept of Primal Esper Ability Entities. However, the news this time was mainly focused on the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Black Star had done too many shocking things. Compared to the big events in the past, this was not as big of a deal. Therefore, countless galactic residents and players were used to it. They already knew that Black Star was amazing. This is just a basic operation. Sit down. In a secret military base of the dynasty in the central galaxy. One of the internal bars was packed with people. It was very noisy, filled with loud shouts and laughter, as well as the sound of people gulping down alcohol. The atmosphere was very lively. The guests present were all warriors and officers wearing the dynasty's uniform. This military base was mainly used as a training ground. A large number of people from the dynasty were trained here. Because it was a half-closed base, there were internal entertainment venues, mainly bars. In the current era, the civilizations were not too harsh on the super soldiers. The treatment and benefits were very good. Even in closed training, they had a certain degree of freedom to enjoy life. A few super key training camps were also training here. They were all members who were on the dynasty's key training list. Gord was one of them. He was also training in this base. At this moment, a row of key trainees were sitting at the bar counter. They were all calamity grades. They were drinking and chatting with each other. Gord was among them. He raised his glass with a calm smile on his face and occasionally added a few words. He looked like he was quite popular, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. He was the most valued one among all the trainees. The Esper ability he had had a bright future, so he had always been a popular person in the training camp. One of them shook his head and said with a smile, "Among us, the one who is most likely to break through the beyond grade A boundary is you, Gord. There's really no comparison. We might all become your subordinates in the future and need you to take care of us. Speaking of which, if you become a beyond grade A, what position do you plan to take? I don't think you'll be part of the ruler's bodyguard. I don't think the Empire will send you out, so they'll probably let you be the commander of some army so you can quickly rise to the upper echelons of the military," another person said. "I don't care." Gord smiled. He was a direct beyond grade A of the dynasty, so his development direction was naturally different from his allies. He could step into the core of the dynasty's power just like the Dark Emperor. According to the past, we might be assigned to your army in the future. TSK, we might as well take turns toasting to our future commander. If we don't get you drunk today, don't even think about leaving. Someone laughed loudly. Gord smiled and dealt with the enthusiasm of his colleagues. Just as the atmosphere was getting heated, Gord suddenly saw the news playing on the virtual screen on the wall of the bar. His expression froze, and his smile quickly disappeared. His abnormal reaction stunned his colleagues. They followed his gaze and saw that the virtual screen was playing the news about the primal chaos mysterious energy being taken away by Black Star. Yo, Black Star is doing something new again. Impressive, as expected of the next generation leader appointed by the dynasty. A few years ago, when I was baptized by the Evolution Cube, I saw him up close and almost couldn't help but ask for his autograph. Luckily, he's an ally of our dynasty and didn't get taken away by Radiance and Ethereal. This is the dynasty's blessing. They could not help but talk about this topic. Everyone there was a calamity grade who respected the strong. Many of them were fans of the dynasty's beyond grade A allies, and quite a few of them were fans of Blackstar. At this time, Gord put down his glass, stood up expressionlessly, and said, "I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he didn't wait for the crowd to react. He walked straight through the crowd and left the bar, leaving many of his colleagues in the same place. They looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? What's wrong? On the other side, Gord left the bar, quickly returned to his room, took out his communicator, and contacted Beccarodi. It rang for a while before the other side picked up. Gord immediately took the initiative. "You told me to wait for good news, and this is your so-called good news?" Beccarodi was silent for a few seconds before slowly replying, "Blackstar's intervention was unexpected. The primal chaos mysterious energy is indeed in his hands now." "Then, what do you plan to do?" Gord was expressionless. "I'll try to salvage the situation and see if I can exchange for the primal chaos mysterious energy from Blackstar." Gord was silent. He did not ask what he would do if he could not exchange for it. The dynasty was willing to give him the primal chaos mysterious energy because they wanted him to make full use of his Esper ability and enter the beyond grade A realm as soon as possible so that he could analyze the theory of evolution energy for the dynasty. Without the primal chaos mysterious energy, the dynasty could wait for him to grow slowly. However, to Gord, this meant that he had lost a major source of combat power. Without the various special abilities of the primal chaos mysterious energy, it severely disrupted the growth plan he had set for himself. He would not be able to reach the strongest state he had imagined. This meant that the upper limit of his future combat power was directly cut off. Blackstar can't use the primal chaos mysterious energy himself, so as long as we have enough bargaining chips, he'll still exchange for it. It's not like there's no chance. Beccarodi was still analyzing the situation when Gord interrupted him. "That's all for now. Let me know if there's any progress." Then, Gord hung up and frowned. He was in a very bad mood. He did not want to pretend to be nice to Beccarodi. He knew very well that the chances of getting the primal chaos mysterious energy back were slim. The dynasty would not pay a high price for a dispensable primal Esper ability entity, and Blackstar was a B***starred who would never make a loss. With his understanding of both parties, the chances of a deal being made were close to zero. Gord shook his head and crossed out the name of the primal chaos mysterious energy in his mind. With his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in the battle for the primal chaos mysterious energy at all. The only way was to borrow the dynasty's strength. Since the dynasty had failed, there was nothing he could do about it. He had not grown up yet, and Blackstar's force was getting bigger and bigger. If the primal chaos mysterious energy was gone, so be it. Now was far from the time to mess with Blackstar. I thought that with the dynasty's help, this thing would be in the bag. I didn't expect you to cut me off. Now, I have no choice but to change my growth plan. TSK, Blackstar, oh Blackstar, you really know how to give me trouble. Gord was in a very bad mood. Emerald Star Cluster, Modo Civilization Base, in front of the remote communication room connected to the Modo Civilization's mother planet, two guards were whispering to each other. How long have the commander and inspector been in there? Almost an hour. Seems like His Excellency Three Kings summoned them. I wonder when they'll come out. Hey, the door's open, the door's open. Quick, stand still. The door of the room slid open. The two guards hurriedly stood up straight, stopped talking, and looked straight ahead like they were not slacking off. However, they could not help but glance at Commander Roddick and Inspector Lagos from the corner of their eyes. Roddick's face was green, and his face was extremely dark like he was about to explode. Lagos, on the other hand, had his head lowered and looked listless. Due to the pointless sacrifice of dozens of calamity-grade elites, Roddick was scolded by the Modo Three Kings and even scolded by his direct superior. Among the upper echelons, His impression was at rock bottom. Although he was only carrying out the mission given to him by his superiors, and the loss of dozens of calamity grades was not his fault, he could only take the blame. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Lagos could not comfort him. He hesitated and asked, "Our upper echelons have suffered heavy losses. His Excellency Three Kings also said that similar things are not allowed to happen again. What do you plan to do?" "It's all because of Black Star." Roddick clenched his fists and said angrily, "If we continue to be passive like this, Black Star will still be able to eat away at our strength. If we don't solve this problem completely, similar things will happen again. If we could stop Black Star, we would have done it a long time ago." Lagos smiled bitterly and could only ask, "Then, what do you think?" "If we can kill Black Star," Riddick muttered to himself. When he turned his head, he saw Lagos's expression that said, "I'm afraid you're not awake yet." He swallowed the rest of his words, thought for a moment, and changed his words. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's impossible for us to become enemies with Black Star by ourselves. We can only rely on external forces. If we give the Black Star Corps a huge problem and make him have no time to care about us, we might be able to alleviate the situation. For example." Hearing this, Roddick opened his mouth and felt bitter. If it was so easy to think of this, how could he have ended up in such a state? If he did not make any contributions, he would probably have no hope of being promoted in the future. Cooperating with the official advertisement. Super Godly Mechanic has released its first credit card. If you apply for the card, you will become a VIP. You will receive 8,888 coins, 180-day free card membership, 300 yuan gift pack, and exclusive badge. The first 500 cards are free to apply. Application method: app, personal account page, starting star exclusive card, scroll down to find the corresponding card. Chapter 1041. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, an exploration fleet of a small financial group was moving through the universe. An organization like this was unable to occupy a resource planet and could only earn some profits through normal exploration and employment. This was very common in the flickering world. Exploration ships and transport ships were the main spaceships of this fleet. As an expedition fleet, other than the necessary crew of every ship, they were also equipped with additional manpower. They lived in a travel ship that specialized in transporting people. It mainly had living facilities, and the upper limit of the number of people it could carry was far beyond the exploration-type spaceships. Most of the staff who were not in the crew role usually lived in it. This long-distance travel ship was like a mobile space station. It was even larger than the industrial transport ship in the fleet. It took care of logistics and food supply, and it was also equipped with many entertainment facilities to satisfy the entertainment needs of the crew. The competition in the flickering world was very fierce now. If there were no daily benefits, it would be very difficult to recruit employees. As a commercial financial group, the employees were not exactly loyal, and the living conditions were also an important factor in attracting employees. The hall of the space station was a multifunctional social entertainment venue. There were entertainment facilities and various shops everywhere for the crew to spend. The hall was the bottom floor, and the vertical structure was a circular corridor. This meant that the space above the hall was a horizontal bridge made of transparent material. One could see pedestrians walking by when they looked up. It looked like a bustling commercial square with a dense flow of people. On one side of the hall was the staff cafeteria. It was lively and noisy, and employees of various jobs could be seen there. At this moment, in the corner of the cafeteria, Evans was sitting alone at a table, eating the staff meal bit by bit. His cheeks were puffed up as he chewed, and his eyes were lowered as he stared at the table in a daze. He was still wearing the yellow protective suit, and his hood was open. He looked plain and unassuming, just like the most ordinary ground crew member. 99% of the people who did this job were ordinary people, the lowest employees of the financial group. The tables around him were filled with other ground crew members. They were eating and chatting, bursting into laughter from time to time. Occasionally, someone's gaze would sweep past the lonely Evans, but they did not stop at all. They treated him like air and ignored him. Evans had long been used to this. The ground crew members were basically ordinary people. Their efficiency was not high, and many of them liked to slack off. In comparison, he was more diligent and never slacked off. He often exceeded the quota, so he was often publicly praised by the team manager and received quite a lot of bonuses. Because of this attitude, some of his colleagues, perhaps out of jealousy, or perhaps because they didn't like him, a former prisoner who had just been released from prison, banded together with a small group of people to isolate him. Gradually, more and more people stopped interacting with him. Evans did not mind being ostracized. He was too lazy to socialize with his colleagues in the first place. After spending many years in prison, he no longer cared what others thought of him. "Hey, Evans, you're sitting alone?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded from the side. Evans looked up and saw a familiar person standing next to him with a tray. It was the supervisor of his orderly team. There were many small teams in the ground service department, and each team was further divided into small groups. The leader of this small team was just a basic cadre with no status. He was Evans's direct superior who favored him. "There's no one around, right? How about I share a table with you? You don't mind, right?" The team manager chuckled. "I don't mind." Evans gestured for him to take a seat. The team manager sat opposite him and ate while chatting with Evans. Only then could the surrounding ground service staff not ignore Evans's table and turned to greet their superior. Evans was helpless. He lowered his voice and said, "Manager, you don't have to help me out. I really don't care about being ostracized. That won't do. What if you're in a bad mood and slack off? Our team's work quota might depend on you." The team manager shrugged. Evans smiled bitterly. This manager was also an ordinary person and a good person. Because of his outstanding work efficiency, he took care of him a lot and was quite friendly. After finishing his meal quickly, Evans called out to the manager who was still eating. He then stood up with his empty tray, walked to the canteen's recycling window, and threw the tray in. At this time, a few people in mechanical suits walked into the canteen. They were all the most basic mercenaries. Their faces were not right, and they were filled with excitement. They walked toward him and attracted his attention. "Supers. Looks like they've taken some mental stimulants and are high." Evans looked at this group of people a few more times. Just as he was about to walk past them and leave the canteen, he suddenly heard the volume of the conversation of these basic mercenaries suddenly increase. One of them seemed to be very excited. "You don't believe that I've discovered a new way to use my Esper ability? I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, the excited mercenary clenched his fist, and the air around him gathered together to form an invisible ball of wind. He slammed the ball under his feet, and the ball of wind exploded, turning into tiny wind blades that scattered in all directions. The financial group had a rule that no one was allowed to use their Esper ability in public. The lightest punishment was a fine, and the heaviest punishment was dismissal. However, these Grade D mercenaries who had just used mental stimulants were in a state of excitement and had completely lost their minds. They had completely forgotten this rule. The surroundings instantly fell into chaos. The ground was filled with cut marks. The surrounding staff immediately suffered an unexpected disaster and hurriedly dodged. Because the power of the wind ball was limited, the others were not injured much. However, Evans was the closest and was blown away by the wind pressure. His protective suit was cut into pieces. A smear of red appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Someone's injured." Many people immediately gathered around to watch the show. The staff of the ground crew squeezed in. When they saw that the injured person was Evans, they suddenly stopped in their tracks, hesitating whether they should go forward to help him. Just as they were hesitating, the team manager had already quickly walked up and anxiously helped Evans up to check his wound. "Where are you injured?" "Let me see. It's just a small wound. I'm fine." Ouch, Evans' face was tense, but the twitching of the corners of his eyes showed that his wound was quite painful. His body was cut by the wind blades, and his flesh was lacerated. He was bleeding profusely, and soon, his protective suit was dyed scarlet. At this time, a few patrolling guards heard the commotion and ran in. "What's going on here?" The team manager pointed at the mercenaries with an angry expression. They violated the rules and used their Esper abilities in public, causing accidental injuries. The guard frowned and glanced at the scene. When he saw that Evans was injured, he immediately looked at the mercenaries and asked in a deep voice, "Is that true?" After this accident, these people sobered up a little. The mercenary who threw the wind ball coughed. "I did it by accident. It's just an accident. I'll go receive my punishment later." Fortunately, only one person was injured. "At most, you'll have your salary deducted. It's nothing." Seeing this, the guard comforted the mercenaries and turned to look at Evans. His gaze lingered on the ground crew uniform he was wearing, and he said casually, "You're Evans. It's just some flesh wounds. Go to the medical room and bandage them. You won't die. That's it." The team manager was dissatisfied. "Not even an apology? This is my negligence. Sorry." The mercenary who committed the crime glanced at Evans and said perfunctorily. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone, and he was not sincere at all. "What kind of attitude is that?" The team manager was indignant. This time, the guard impatiently interrupted. "All right, he has already apologized. His salary will be deducted later. Don't be so stubborn." Although the guard looked like he was doing his job, there was a difference in his attitude. He was also a super. Seeing that this mercenary had only accidentally injured an ordinary ground crew member, he did not think that it was a big deal. In his opinion, although this mercenary had committed a crime, as long as he accepted his punishment, it would be best to appease him appropriately. This was more important than an ordinary person. This mercenary also had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Seeing that Evans would not die, he could not be bothered to look anymore and turned around to chat with his companions. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding people. Many ordinary people had complicated expressions on their faces. Most supers did not care about the impact they had on ordinary people. Ordinary people knew this very well. Even if the other party obediently apologized and accepted his punishment, their attitude was still indifferent. Seeing this, many people felt a little angry. The fact that supers had special privileges was the tacit rule of the entire universe. They were divided into two classes compared to ordinary people. This was already a chronic problem of class opposition. This time, Evans pulled the team manager and stood up with his hands on his knees. Blood dripped onto the ground, splashing into blood flowers. He endured the pain and said, "I'm fine. Consider it my bad luck. Come with me to the medical room." The team manager glared at the other party and gave up on the idea of arguing. He turned around and helped Evans out of the crowd silently. "It's fine, it's fine. Disperse." The guard also waved his hands. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Bang! The spaceship suddenly shook, as though it had stopped in an instant. Even the internal shock-absorbing system could not eliminate the huge inertia. Everyone present staggered and fell to the ground in a panic. What happened? It seems like the spaceship was forced to stop. Did we encounter galactic pirates? Just as everyone got up in panic and was about to swarm out of the cafeteria to seek refuge, the internal broadcast of the spaceship suddenly sounded, echoing throughout the entire spaceship. Everyone could hear it. "This is the Black Star Corps. Your spaceship has been temporarily forced to stop by us. Don't panic. Our goal is only to find one person. His name is Evans, one of your ground maintenance members." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes focused on Evans. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Evans' surroundings turned into an empty space. Everyone avoided him like he was a snake or a scorpion. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. The Black Star Corps is looking for this guy. How did he offend the Black Star Corps and make them go to such lengths to find him? Does he have some other background? At this moment, Evans' ordinary appearance suddenly became mysterious in the eyes of everyone around him. Black Star Corps? Evans was stunned. Isn't this a high-level organization that I can never come into contact with? Why are they looking for me? They should be looking for the wrong person. He turned around and looked at the team leader. At this time, The team leader had already shaken off his hand and was hiding far away with a face of fear. Just as Evans was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the few guards and mercenaries had walked up and surrounded him. "What are you doing?" "To prevent you from escaping. Since the Black Star Corps wants to see you, you will wait here obediently," the guard said coldly. Evans clenched his fists tightly, and his chest rose and fell rapidly. After a while, he released his fists weakly and said helplessly, "Don't worry, I won't run. I also want to know what's going on." Everyone waited there for a while. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside, and a group of people walked in. The upper echelons, who were usually arrogant, were all humbly accompanying the group of Black Star Corps warriors. The leader of the warriors was a Grade B super, and he was already a big shot to these bottom-level employees. The place became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to breathe loudly. The group of people walked in front of Evans, and the fleet commander pointed at him. "He's the person you're looking for." This Grade B Black Star Corps warrior sized him up with an expressionless face. "You're Evans?" Evans took a deep breath. "This is indeed my name, but I don't have any interactions with the Black Star Corps. I think you've got the wrong person." Hearing this Grade B captain took out a resume and showed it to him. "This is your resume, right?" Looking at it closely, Evans was shocked. He nodded with a face full of confusion. "The Black Star Corps is really looking for me." "That's right. They're looking for you. Follow me." The Grade B captain nodded. "Wait, I want to know, why are you looking for me?" Evans could not help but ask. Everyone present perked up their ears and waited quietly for the next part of the story. They also wanted to know the reason why the Black Star Corps would not hesitate to look for an ordinary person. Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on the B-rank captain's face. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said warmly, "You're the talent that His Excellency Black Star wants to recruit. Brother, welcome to the Black Star Corps." As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Boom. Then, as though a bomb had exploded, an uproar erupted. "What?" The team manager's body trembled, and he was dumbfounded. The guards and mercenaries just now were frozen on the spot, and they were shocked to the point of insanity. Everyone present was shocked, and some even thought that they were hallucinating. Countless gazes of disbelief gathered on Evans. Did we hear wrongly? That famous Beyond Grade A Black Star had actually singled out an ordinary person to recruit him? Could it be that he's a talent that even Beyond Grade are tempted by? I can't tell normally. He must be deliberately hiding his talent. You can't judge a book by its cover. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe as they exclaimed in their hearts. This was especially so for those who usually ostracized Evans. They hurriedly lowered their heads, sweating profusely, afraid that Evans would notice them. Their hearts were filled with regret. "Recruit me?" Evans was dumbfounded. At this moment, he fell into deep self-doubt. What do I do to deserve this? A Beyond Grade A is actually interested in me? Is it really like what I imagined when I was young? Is the power of the evil universe overlord, the Lord of Destruction, the Black Demon King sealed in my body? At the same time, in the distant ancient star desert, in a mysterious base, a few figures were discussing the news of the appearance of the primal chaos mysterious energy in a private conference room. Another primal Esper ability entity has appeared. To think that it's the primal chaos mysterious energy. We have to find a way to get it. It's in the hands of Black Star. Black Star is a newly emerged Beyond Grade A in the past few decades. His growth rate is extremely shocking, and is not easy to deal with. Black Star can live for a very long time. We don't have that much time to wait. The primal Esper ability entity is the key to opening the third sanctum. We can't afford to lose it. Let's use the products we've developed over the years. The primal chaos mysterious energy is an important material for synthesis. We have to get it back. Unfortunately, Escod's body is in the hands of the Red Empire. Otherwise, his Esper ability would be the best tool. Speaking of which, Thousand Shadows is almost ready. We should be able to harvest it soon. Before the agreed date, we have to prepare the awakening ceremony. May the glory of the primordial ones never fade. Chapter 1042. Abyss of Stars, Thousand Shadows Territory, Shadow's Ancestral Land. The black gaseous planet was still floating beside the Shadow's ancestral land like a black satellite. Thick black energy flowed on its surface, creating tidal waves from time to time. A spaceship was hovering beside the black satellite. The hatch was wide open, and the expressionless calamity-grade shadow servants pushed down the prisoners of various races that they had captured from different starfields. Most of them were calamity grades, but there were also low-grade supers with special abilities. These prisoners were all covered in restraining devices and were extremely weak. Their abilities were suppressed, and they had almost no ability to fight back. The scene was like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Every time someone landed on the surface of the black satellite, a black energy wave would sweep over and swallow them up, disappearing without a trace. This scene was Thousand Shadows servants replenishing his shadow servants. There were close to 1,000 prisoners in this batch, and they were all swallowed up by the planet-sized Thousand Shadows. At this time, the space beside the spaceship suddenly fluctuated, and a shadow suddenly appeared. It was covered in a black hooded robe, and its appearance and body could not be seen. The edges of the shadow were in the shape of flames, as if it was constantly emitting fog. It looked like a black cloud. This was not a remote projection of the quantum network but some kind of mental projection. Only Thousand Shadows and his shadow servants could see it. The next moment, the surface of Thousand Shadows' planet suddenly fluctuated violently, and a black tsunami formed a shape. Very soon, a face appeared on the surface of the planet. It was just a simple eye, nose, and mouth made of energy vortexes. There was no concept of appearance. It was opening its mouth as if it was roaring silently. Two invisible mental waves were released from both sides, entangling with each other and forming a mental communication link. "How's the progress? How long until the transformation is complete?" the shadow asked. "I don't know. Thousand Shadows is very tenacious. How much consciousness does he have left?" "Not much. I've already taken control of his body and inherited all his memories. As long as I completely devour his last bit of consciousness, the transformation process can be greatly accelerated. Try to speed it up. You're the core of our plan. We've tried all kinds of methods over the years and finally realized that if we want to open the third sanctum, we can only unlock it with Esper abilities. Therefore, you're the foundation of our synthesis ritual, the vessel to contain other primal Esper ability entities. Don't worry. Back then, Thousand Shadows wanted to become immortal, so he borrowed your technology to activate me. Mitch, that greedy fellow dug his own grave. When he broke free from the limitations of his physical body, he also suffered from my backlash. You've given me life and consciousness. When I transform into a true primal Esper ability form, I'll be able to help you. Yes, when the plan is completed, we promise you your freedom." After saying that, the illusory figure flicked his sleeves and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. The surging waves on the surface of the black star sphere calmed down. The facial features disappeared, and the restless black energy returned to normal. The news of the appearance of the primal chaos mysterious energy only maintained its popularity for a few days. In the current flickering world, conflicts were endless, and the popularity of the news was gone in an instant. Very soon, other news attracted the attention of the galactic residents and the various organizations, replacing the primal chaos mysterious energy as the headline. As the final winner of the battle, the whereabouts of the Black Star Mechanical Army also received a certain amount of attention. However, they soon disappeared without a trace, and their movements were not noticed by the outside world. At this moment, Han Xiao's invisible spaceship was located in a space not far away from Hellas territory in the Emerald Star Cluster. He was talking to Ames. "That's the situation. I invited you over as a guest to protect your student Hella. On one hand, I wanted to pretend that my main body is still in the base to make the enemies in the dark lower their guard. On the other hand, I wanted you to help protect the base and take care of Aurora. So, I really didn't stand you up," Han Xiao said with a helpless tone. On the screen, Ames was playing with a green force field with her eyes lowered. Although her tone was calm, it was filled with an inexplicable sense of danger. "If you said it directly, I would still help you. Do you not trust me? How can that be? Didn't you mainly want to see Aurora after her promotion? Didn't you see her now? Plus, when I invited you, I didn't say that I wanted to see you. Han Xiao scratched his head and joked, I didn't say it directly mainly because I wanted to be tactful. I knew that if I said it, you would definitely agree. After all, I'm already so strong. I was afraid that you would think that I was ordering you around. Heh, you didn't order me around, but I feel like you're using me. Isn't that worse? Ames narrowed her eyes, and a green light flashed in her eyes. Sigh, that's not right. With our relationship, what's there to differentiate between each other? It's too heavy to say that you're using me. Han Xiao waved his hand. Is that so? You used me many times in the past. Ames smiled faintly. The past is the past. Things are different now. Our two forces have each other in them. We've already become a loving family. As family, it's normal to joke around occasionally. TSK, who's your family? Shameless. Ames frowned and spat softly. Seeing this, Han Xiao laughed and teased, Hey, do you really want to see me that much? Do you want me to go back and accompany you? You think too highly of yourself. Who wants to see you? Ames paused, withdrew her force field, waved her hand, and said casually, You can stay there and protect my student. Do you need me to go and help? No need. You think I'm weak? Ames raised her eyebrows slightly. What are you talking about? There's something else I need your help with. Stay at Black Star Palace and pretend that my main body is there. Since it's for my student, I'll continue to cooperate with you. But don't thank me so quickly. That's that. I haven't forgotten that you tricked me. Then, when I go back, I'll accompany you to the secondary dimension for a trip. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Just the two of us. Coincidentally, I have to go to the secondary dimension to catch the holy light particle in the future. This way, it won't affect my work. I'm so smart. Okay, it's settled then. Ames had no objections. Although she had been tricked after coming all the way here, she had been playing with Aurora every day, and her anger had already subsided. If it were anyone else who had played and used her like this, Ames would definitely be angry. However, if the prankster was Black Star, she did not mind. Only people close to her could do such things to her. Furthermore, this reminded her of the dark history of Black Star using her when he was weak. She could not help but miss it. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao hung up and turned to look at the workbench at the side. He was currently in the machinery workshop of the spaceship, controlling all kinds of manufacturing equipment with his mechanical force and building the King mechanical suit. Beside him, there were already a few failed products. Although they were called failed products, they were actually all orange equipment. They were all rare and good equipment, but they did not reach the level of universal treasures in the blueprint. Not only were their performance much weaker, but they also did not have those magical effects. Furthermore, the cost was terrifyingly high. In his eyes, they were all failures. Putting away the communicator, Han Xiao finally did not have to be distracted and focused on building the king in front of him. The spirit instrument talent on his attribute interface had always been shining. This talent would only be activated when he was building universal treasures. However, halfway through, Philip suddenly appeared and said that a few mechanical soldiers had secretly brought Evans to the spaceship. Bring him over then. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. After a while, the door of the workshop opened, and a man walked in with a few mechanical soldiers surrounding him. It was Evans. As soon as Evans entered, he saw a handsome and domineering man in black looking at him with a smile. He immediately became nervous. You're Your Excellency Black Star? That's me. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. He sized Evans up and down. His first impression was that he was ordinary, too ordinary. Evans only felt that Han Xiao's gaze seemed to be able to see through him, making him unable to hide. He immediately became nervous. Although he was usually more calm, facing a top figure in the universe like Black Star, he could not remain calm. Evans took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and asked, Your Excellency Black Star, I'm just an ordinary person without any super genes. I wonder what you see in me. Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled playfully. Your physique is special. I'm very interested. Special physique? Evans was stunned. He looked down at himself and felt that he was the opposite of the word special. Anyway, don't worry. I'm a beyond grade A, so I won't make things difficult for an ordinary person like you. Your life won't be in danger here. At most, I'll need you to cooperate with my experiment. After that, you can work as a clerk in the army. The pay will be much better than the financial groups you worked for before. What do you think? You've already brought me here. How can I refuse? Evans smiled bitterly. He had just been released from prison. He came to the flickering world not only to broaden his horizons but also to find a job to make a living. He did not mind working for the Black Star Corps. The pay was much higher anyway. Seeing that he did not have any objections, Han Xiao picked up the syringe and walked to Evans. He signaled for him to stand still and drew a tube of blood from him. Han Xiao did not lie. He did have the intention of doing experiments with Evans. Evans was the co-host of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle, so his physique was naturally special. Han Xiao wanted to build a mechanical carrier for the Primal Esper ability, so extracting Evans' cells for research would allow him to understand the principle of compatibility and speed up the research process. On the other hand, Han Xiao's injection also caused damage and triggered a combat notification. Opening the interface and looking at Evans' attributes, Han Technician's eyes sparkled. The attributes of an ordinary person were very simple. Only two special talents caught Han Xiao's attention. One of them was Intermediate Luck Glow, which proved that he was a main character. Han Xiao guessed that the reason why it was intermediate was because while Evans obtained power, he also gained an enemy in Escod. The other special talent was called Top Esper Ability Affinity Physique. Its effect was related to the Esper class and could greatly increase the compatibility of primal Esper ability entities. At the same time, when being attacked by an Esper, there was a chance to recover a certain amount of health and energy. Furthermore, the difficulty of developing one's own Esper ability would be greatly reduced, and the power of one's Esper ability would be greatly increased. It could even passively increase one's Esper ability potential. No wonder he can have two primal Esper ability entities. This talent is practically the perfect mechanical sense of the Esper class. Its effect is way too domineering. Han Xiao was amazed. Normally, with this talent, everyone should be able to awaken as an Esper. However, Evans was an ordinary person, so this talent was wasted. Wait a minute. That's not right. With this talent, how can he not have super genes? There must be a problem somewhere. Han Xiao turned around abruptly with a burning gaze. Under Evans' unwilling expression, Han Xiao made him take off his clothes and obediently did a detailed full-body check. Evans was a poor guy in the past, so it was naturally impossible for him to find some high-end organization to check his super genes. Therefore, there might be something missing. After this check, they really found a problem. Han Xiao looked at the report and frowned. What's wrong? Evans put on his clothes and was a little nervous. It's not that you don't have super genes. I don't know who you found to check it, but they didn't check it carefully enough. As soon as he said that, Evans was stunned. He had always thought that he was an ordinary person with no talent. He did not expect that someone would suddenly tell him that he actually had talent today. Even though he was already used to being an ordinary person, he was still shocked. But don't be happy too early. Han Xiao changed the topic, waved his hand, and slowly said, "There's something wrong with your super genes. It seems to be suppressed by some kind of drug. After so many years, your super genes have shrunk to the point that they can't be detected. It's basically impossible to awaken them. This is something man-made. Did you have any enemies since you were young?" Evans forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, seriously recalled, and said with uncertainty, "I took the super gene test when I was 10 years old. If someone did this to me, it must have been before I was 10 years old. But how could I have made an enemy when I was young? Unless it's because of my family, but I'm just a normal family. How could it be?" His expression kept changing. It was fine if he did not have talent, but today, he found out that he actually had talent, but it was destroyed when he was young. What was destroyed was not only his talent but also decades of his life. Evans had already accepted his fate, but now, anger was burning in his heart. Clap clap. Suddenly, Han Xiao clapped his hands and interrupted his memories. All right, don't think about it if you don't understand. You can look into it yourself in the future. Let's talk about something more serious. I might have a way to help you awaken. Evan's body trembled. Suppressing his excitement, he asked with a deep voice, "What should I pay?" "Very simple. I originally thought that you were just an ordinary person. If you can awaken your Esper ability, just fight for me." Han Xiao paused, smiled, and slowly said, "I've looked into your information. When you were still an ordinary person, in order to protect your friends, you thought of a way to kill a low-grade super in a fit of anger. Not every ordinary person has such courage. You have the talent to fight, and you once refused to accept your fate. Maybe the many years in prison have cooled your passion. But now, you might have a chance to be reborn. I only hope that you don't waste it." "Okay," Evans answered without hesitation. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. His temperament was completely different from before when he had accepted his fate. He was like a sharp sword covered in dust that had shed its rust and dust, revealing its sharpness. Seeing this, Han Xiao took out a bottle of life potion that Aurora had made. Evan's symptoms were that his super genes had shrunk and lost all activity. As long as he injected enough life energy, he would be able to recover, and the life potion was the most suitable antidote. Taking out a syringe gun, Han Xiao injected 1/10 of the golden potion into Evan's body, afraid that he would not be able to take it. Buzz! The next moment, Evan's entire body glowed. His entire body was filled with rich vitality. This light only disappeared after a few minutes. Evans stood on the spot with his eyes closed. His entire appearance was completely different. He could not be any healthier. The strain and internal injuries left behind by his prison life had completely disappeared. "How do you feel?" "Like a new life." Evans opened his eyes, and the golden light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at Han Xiao with gratitude. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Did you sense your Esper ability?" Hearing this, Evans frowned and carefully felt the changes. He was a little hesitant. "It does seem a little different. I seem to have a new sense. It should be an Esper ability. Use it for me to see." Han Xiao was curious. Evans nodded. He tried for a long time but did not find any changes. He said with uncertainty, "It seems like I can't control it. Has my Esper ability really awakened?" Those who had just awakened were all grade E supers, but even if they were very weak, an Esper would not be unable to control their Esper ability. Han Xiao frowned. He felt that things were not simple. He injected Evans again and checked the combat information. However, with just one look, Han Xiao froze. He rubbed his eyes and almost thought that he was seeing things. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds, he finally came back to his senses. He looked at Evans strangely and mumbled to himself. No wonder. Do you know my Esper ability?" Evans could not help but ask. Han Xiao exhaled, patted Evans' shoulder with a complicated expression, pursed his lips, and said earnestly, "Don't worry. You have to be a good person in the future." Then, he ignored Evans' confused expression and turned his back to Evans. His mouth kept twitching, and he roared in his mind. F***CK Uncle Lee. This kid's ability is also to absorb Esper abilities, exactly the same as Escod. No wonder. All those special things about this guy in my previous life make sense now. You really are Escod's nemesis. Is this the choice of the Gate of Fate? He had taken the primal chaos mysterious energy and caused Evans to lose the chance to change his fate. Han Xiao originally felt a little bad and planned to compensate him. But now, the primal Esper ability is not worthy of you. You are my biggest gain from this trip. Recommended book title: The Age of Advent of the Heavens, Introduction. At the end of the era, the primordial world shattered, the celestial realm collapsed, the celestial court fell, and the heavens shattered into billions of pieces, scattered in the chaotic void. After the end of the era of heaven's voyage began. Billions of pieces of the heavens descended, plundering resources and ancient inheritances, ascending step by step, and rebuilding the celestial realm. Chapter 1043. Esper ability. Copy. This was Escod's core ability, but it had appeared on Evan's body. Han Xiao's first reaction was to suspect that Evans had something to do with Escod, and a 2-million-word romance instantly popped up in his mind. However, after thinking about the plot in his previous life, he dismissed this thought. The possibility of it being a coincidence was higher. In the universe, there were many Espers who had awakened the same ability. Fire, water, force fields, these abilities were all common. It was not impossible for another Esper who could absorb Esper abilities to appear. However, such a coincidence still gave Han Xiao a sense of déjà vu. Escod had not been locked in the space-time amber for many years, and a new generation of Escod had appeared in the outside world. Could this be a cycle, and there had to be a Meow King? I didn't expect to meet a new Escod. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. With Esper ability copy, he would definitely walk the path of absorbing other people's Esper abilities. Evan's talent had been suppressed, but now he had no choice but to start stealing other people's talents. This was too dramatic in his eyes. Obviously, without a firm belief, the growth of this Esper ability could easily cause the owner to fall. Evans, on the other hand, had experienced decades of mortal life and tasted the bitterness of the lowest level. Perhaps he would not be as aggressive as Escod, but it was also possible that he had hidden resentment in his heart and had suppressed it for a long time before erupting. This was hard to say. He's a double-edged sword. If he can be used by me, he'll be a force with extraordinary potential. I have to try my best to guide him to stand on my side. Now that I've done him a favor, his loyalty should be very high. However, if he shows signs of falling one day, I can only kill him to prevent a second Escod from appearing. Han Xiao pondered. Although Esper ability copy was strong, what was terrifying was Escod himself, not this Esper ability. In Escod's hands, all the absorbed Esper abilities could unleash the power of a beyond grade A super. However, without strength as a foundation, it would be futile no matter how many Esper abilities he absorbed. He was as ferocious as a tiger, but his damage was 250. No matter how flashy his methods were, he would still be defeated. Absorbing Esper abilities was to increase one's combat ability. It was counted as an ability and would not quickly increase one's level and attributes. Therefore, if Evans wanted to increase his grade, there was no shortcut. He had to train slowly like other Espers. Even if he had talent like top-grade Esper ability affinity physique, he would not be able to reach the sky in a single step. Now that Evans had just awakened, his ability was still extremely weak, only around grade E or so. Although his template was the overpowered Escod, how long had Escod lived? How much combat experience had he accumulated? God knew how long it would take for Evans to reach the beyond grade A level. Because this Esper ability was too rare, Han Xiao wanted to help him plan his growth path so that it would not be wasted. The example of Escod had already shown the limitations of Esper ability copy. If he absorbed too many Esper abilities, there would be a risk of his genetic chain collapsing. And Esper ability. And Esper ability physique. Esper ability affinity ability Esper ability and Esper ability at low grade Esper ability was. However, due to Evans' Esper ability affinity physique, the number of Esper abilities he could absorb should be higher than Escod's. Furthermore, Esper ability copy did not necessarily succeed in absorbing Esper abilities but had to go through a trial. Escod had basically absorbed Esper ability users whose grade was lower than his own before using his own strength to unleash the power of a beyond grade A Esper. Therefore, it went very smoothly. In Han Xiao's memories, there was a friend called Ju Morji who used small formless method to activate Baldy's 72 ultimate techniques. His combat style was quite similar to Escod's. However, the success rate of absorbing the Esper abilities of someone of the same grade or even higher would be very low. Therefore, if Evans wanted to absorb Esper abilities of someone of a higher grade, there would be very harsh conditions. For example, the target would be on the brink of death, with extremely low stamina, energy, and health, or the target would be captured. In short, only when the target was of a higher grade and could not resist would there be a chance of success. Escod has been collecting Esper abilities for so many years, and his main Esper ability is very powerful. It's a pity that Evans can't absorb Esper abilities through the space-time amber. If I open the seal, Escod will run away. It's only been a few decades, and his consciousness won't die so easily. To be safe, I should lock him up for at least 500 years. The amber isolated all energy, and the outside world could not observe Escod's condition. He could not take the risk of letting Escod go and open the seal. Han Xiao put away this thought and thought about Evans' growth path. Very soon, he had an idea. Evans isn't suitable for Escod's path. He should take the path of absorbing Esper abilities and live a happy life. Escod was powerful, but he had absorbed too many Esper abilities, so his genetic chain was on the verge of collapse. 99% of the Esper abilities were not used by Escod in battle. Although the army had a super healer like Aurora, Han Xiao did not want her to have too much contact with Evans. At most, he would give him some life potions. The reason Escod absorbed so many Esper abilities was partly because of his obsession. He wanted to fuse with the super high-risk Esper abilities on his own, allowing himself to transform and break through the peak beyond grade A limit, becoming a brand new creature. On the other hand, part of Escod's obsession probably came from his experiences. Han Xiao had seen Escod's information before. When he was weak, Escod had always been alone and could only rely on himself. He only believed in himself, so he wanted to become omnipotent and never need a partner. Evans did not need to do that, so he did not need to absorb Esper abilities at all. Choosing only useful and powerful Esper abilities might be a more correct path. Seeing Black Star's back facing him and not speaking for a long time, Evans became more and more confused. He could not help but ask, "Your Excellency Black Star, what exactly am I?" Han Xiao came back to his senses, turned around, and patted Evans on the shoulder. "Your ability is to absorb the Esper abilities of others. This is an ability with a lot of potential," he explained it once, and Evans finally understood his own ability. But then, he frowned. "I don't really like this Esper ability." Evans had a conflicted expression. His talent had been suppressed for decades, so he could empathize with this feeling. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like this Esper ability that stole the talents of others. Hearing this, Han Xiaoshan could not help but roll his eyes. "Do you think you're buying cabbages at the market? You're still being picky." After coughing, Han Technician changed his tone and said in a friendly tone, "Don't worry. Since you're my person now, I'll naturally guide your growth. You don't have to worry, I won't allow you to absorb people casually, so don't be troubled. No one is forcing you to walk the path of crime. However, at the same time, I hope that you can resist the temptation yourself. Don't think about turning other people's Esper abilities into your own just because they're good. You're only strong when you're strong. Don't be impatient and walk the wrong path." Escod is a good example. He walked the path of depravity, did evil everywhere, and made countless enemies. In the end, he was still locked up in prison by us and lost his freedom. Therefore, don't learn from him in this aspect. Be as low-key as me, understand? Hearing Black Star's warning, Evans nodded. He had also heard of the infamous Escod. Although he had the same ability, he was not the same kind of person. He secretly warned himself to stay true to himself and not become depraved like Escod. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao had some mechanical soldiers escort Evans away. Now that he was the only one left in the room, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "This ability is worth training. This guy's ability is worth nurturing. As long as he doesn't take a narrow path, he will definitely become a strong person in time." As for how to help him obtain his ability, for me, this is actually the easiest part. Han Xiao chuckled. In his previous life, Escod had already tried to absorb the Esper abilities of players, so Han Xiao knew very well what the result would be. It was actually feasible. Although players could revive, their bodies were physical. Other than having strange restrictions and turning into light after dying, they would also be injured and bleed in normal battles, which would be reflected in all kinds of negative statuses. In version 1.0, there were even organizations that tried to dissect players. Although due to the limit of health, the players would be boiled into soup, turned into light at the beginning of the dissection, the blood collected would be no different from that of a normal species. If an Esper player was absorbed by a Skod, they would also lose their Esper ability and enter the ability freeze state. All abilities related to Esper abilities would be grayed out. This state was constant, and no ability could remove it. It was just like when an NPC had his Esper ability taken away. However, when this player died and revived, his status would be refreshed, and his Esper ability would be recovered. This involved the mechanism of Esper ability copy. The process of the ability taking effect could be summarized as seize, analyze, genetic chain construct, solidify, and store. After seizing an Esper ability copy would break it down, analyze it, and finally store this ability in the body of the owner in the form of a genetic chain. The genetic chain was a special substance produced by Esper ability copy, which was a substance produced by the owner and would not disappear with the disappearance of the player. Therefore, in his previous life, there were players who sold themselves as sacrifices to a Skod for money. This was something that had never happened before, and the three universal civilizations had no choice but to come up with a special policy, stating that if the Immortals took the initiative to provide a Skod with Esper abilities, they would be treated as wanted criminals and kicked out of the Order faction. Of course, the player's operation was very complicated, and this policy was rarely used. However, a Skod was not a philanthropist. Due to the burden on his genetic chain, he would only give out abilities that he was interested in. Otherwise, even if the players offered themselves as sacrifices, he would not want them. In fact, the actions of the players even led to a hilarious misunderstanding. At first, Escod thought that this was a scheme of the three universal civilizations, specifically sending people to deliver their heads to him so that his genetic chain would collapse. After killing quite a few players, he realized that these people were truly there to deliver cannons, Esper abilities. At that time, even Escod was shocked and said a famous line to the players, "If I had met you guys earlier, I might have been a good person." Thinking about it, Han Xiao could not help but grin. Therefore, I don't even have to do it myself to obtain Esper abilities. As long as I issue a mission to the Esper players and give them enough rewards, people will take the initiative to come to me. This way, the tens of millions of Esper players would be a huge material library. Furthermore, no one would die. It was legal. Although he had determined the development path for Evans, with so many materials, it meant that he could slowly choose and find complementary Esper abilities to form various tactics and achieve the most perfect combination. Thinking of this, Han Xiao was completely excited. At this moment, a new plan was born in his mind. Philip. Yes, draft a new plan. The content is to record the various abilities of all the Esper Immortals under the army and simulate various tactical combinations based on the effects of the Esper abilities. A combination should have at least 2 Esper abilities and at most 10 Esper abilities for the time being. Put this plan in the highest confidential file. Also, don't mention Evan's existence. Okay, This will take up a little of my computing power. What's the name of this plan? No need for a name. Just a number will do. Han Xiao thought of a name like Escod Cultivation Plan, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Although it was basically impossible for his own database to be breached, Han Xiao still chose to keep a low profile, which was consistent with his personality. He had already made up his mind that before Evans grew up, he had to hide him as a secret weapon. Speaking of which, I have the Evolution Cube and the Spacetime Amber in my hands, and the army has Hela and Aurora. If I tell others that I plan to create a second-generation Escod TSK, I'm afraid all the enemies will join forces to snatch my things. Thinking of that scene, Han Xiao could not help but tremble. He still knew what was going on. He took a while to digest his emotions before returning to the work he had just done. He continued to build more than half of the King mechanical suit. You have built a gold-grade equipment, universal treasure. You have received feedback from the spirit weapon. You have received 1 God's trait transformation point. The same blueprint cannot be obtained repeatedly. Your random attribute decreased by 200 points. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Your LUK decreased by 200 points. You have received 200 free attribute points. You have received Spirit Instrument, Level 1 bonus, +2. 5% basic success rate for gold blueprints, +1. 2% basic success rate for developing gold blueprints. You have received the new talent, Universal Treasure Creator. Chapter 1044. You have received 1 legendary point. So, the feedback from Spirit Instrument, is this good stuff? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Spirit Instrument was a class talent that came with the promotion to Divine Throne Mechanic. It would only take effect when building universal treasures, and there would be additional bonuses if the building was successful. This was also the first time he had seen the specific bonuses, so he was pleasantly surprised. Han Xiao did not know what other channels he could use to obtain God's trait transformation points other than promotion. Now, he finally found a new way, which was to build universal treasures. The same blueprint could not be obtained repeatedly, which meant that even if he built a gold-grade king mechanical suit, he would not obtain new God's trait transformation points. Thus, he needed to obtain other gold-grade blueprints. Han Xiao was a little curious. There were other beyond grade A mechanics who had built universal treasures in history, but in the intelligence provided by the dynasty, there was no mention of this method of God's trait transformation. Thinking about it, he had a vague guess. Some of the beyond grade as who built universal treasures probably did not meet the requirements for God's trait transformation, so they could not detect this effect, such as Austin. The beyond grade as who knew about it might have hidden it out of selfishness or other reasons and not reported it, or it might have been deliberately concealed by the advanced civilizations. It might even be that the other beyond grade as did not have an interface, and only he could obtain God's trait transformation points through this channel. Of course, it might be that the dynasty did not know about this secret, but the other 2 civilizations did. After all, the 3 universal civilizations were not a family and would not share secrets with each other. The problem I'm facing now has finally touched the knowledge blind spot of the universal civilizations. That's right, the dynasty doesn't know about the first sanctum. Han Xiao shook his head slightly. I still have the Emperor's Cape blueprint. If I build it, I can get another God's trait transformation point. Indeed, increasing one's strength through building things is the true style of a mechanic. Han Xiao thought to himself. As for the random attribute reduction, the effect was similar to point reshuffling. Every time he leveled up or evolved, his attributes would automatically increase, and point reshuffling could add some unnecessary attribute points to his main attributes, slowly optimizing his combat strength. It was quite useful. Han Xiao felt that the point reset could be triggered repeatedly, but there might be a limit. Perhaps the extent of the point reset was related to the difficulty of creating the universal treasure. The higher the difficulty, the more points would be reset. Furthermore, based on the cost of betting on blueprints, he guessed that if the same universal treasure blueprint was used repeatedly, the efficiency of point washing might slowly decrease. For example, the first time Kingmaker washed 200 points, but the second time, it would not reach 200 points. But this time, it actually washed away my luck. Han Xiao opened his stats window and saw that his luck attribute had turned into an egg. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In Han Xiao's previous life, there was the gambler subclass. Players had tried it, and the lowest luck stat could fall to was 0. This was the bottom line, and to gambler, it was the last thing they could do. On the other hand, he only had 1 point of luck. When his luck dropped to 0, he gained an additional 200 points of free attribute points. Wasn't this a net gain of 199 attribute points? Am I lucky or not this time? Han Xiao's eyes twitched. Although he had profited greatly, he could not bring himself to smile. Tears were flowing from his stomach. Sometimes, only when you lost something would you know how precious it was. Brother, we can't do without you. 0 can't be 0. Han Technician gritted his teeth and solemnly pressed the plus sign behind the luck attribute. He added 1 point. In the next moment, the value of the luck attribute returned to the noble and pure one that stood aloof and independent from the world, ascending to immortality. At this moment, Han Xiao felt as if his soul had been sublimated, just like that song. Me and my last stubbornness, clenching my hands and never letting go. In reality, Han Xiao was mainly afraid that after his luck was emptied, the next time he did a point wash, the luck attribute would not be included in the random range. He had wasted a wave of attribute points. On the surface, he looked sad, but in reality, he was overjoyed. He wanted to do it a few more times. Including the stock in my interface, I now have 2,248 free attribute points. My endurance is now more than 11,700. As long as I have more than 15,000 points, I'll be able to get one more God's trait transformation point in my next promotion. I'll save it. Suppressing his excitement, Han Xiao looked at his interface. After thinking for a while, he added the one God's trait transformation point to God's trait transformation, machinery. Machinery and void represented the main class and species, respectively. The nature of these two God's trait transformation paths should be the same for everyone. After testing, the former strengthened machinery, while the latter improved race talents and provided additional attributes. Now that he had the spirit weapon as a channel to obtain God's trait transformation points, he had to develop more gold-grade blueprints. This required him to increase his machinery ability. The main class path not only increased his basic machinery affinity and ability strength, but it also slightly strengthened the effects of various machinery abilities. The next moment, his cells operated at full power. The energy fluctuations increased rapidly, and his entire body emitted a dazzling electric light. His flesh and bones were hot, itchy, and stinging, causing Han Xiao to squint his eyes. God's trait transformation, machinery, 2. First stage, plus 1000% machinery affinity, plus 20% ability strength, slightly strengthened basic effects of all mechanic abilities. Not bad. Han Xiao scratched his chin. He felt that the bonuses were less than the first time. Perhaps the first time was like a grand opening gift, so it was an exception. The higher the level, the higher the bonus. As he spoke, he looked at the new talent, Universal Treasure Creator. The introduction said that creating a universal treasure meant that he had touched upon a new level. Its effect was plus 10% machinery creation performance, plus 1 to all machinery abilities, can exceed the upper limit, plus 4% basic success rate for creating gold-grade equipment, plus 2% basic success rate for developing gold-grade blueprints. You have the Universal Treasure Creator talent. Prerequisite requirements have been met. You have received 1. The First Sanctum, Ability Fragment. It's this so-called the First Sanctum again. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He now had 2 ability fragments, and he did not know what they were used for. However, the trigger conditions were so harsh, so this thing was definitely not simple. Speaking of which, now that I have the core technology, if I build more kings and sell them for money, I can subsidize my family. Thinking of this, Han Xiao could not help but smile. It was just a thought. It was impossible for him to exchange his trump card for money. He was not interested in money at the moment. After counting the gains on his attribute interface, Han Xiao carefully sized up the gold-grade king mechanical suit. At this time, it had not been painted yet. The appearance of the king was a set of gorgeous full-body mechanical armor with sharp edges and corners. Every detail of the armor was extremely exquisite, revealing the beauty of top mechanical craftsmanship. It was like a piece of art. There was a palm-sized triangular device embedded in the chest, which was shining faintly. This was the only accessory of the king mechanical suit, throne. As long as it was taken off and placed anywhere, the king would be able to instantly return to the location of the throne. Its effect was not inferior to the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. In terms of performance, it was far superior to orange equipment. As a beyond grade A mechanic exclusive equipment, it provided a 1.075x machinery affinity bonus, a 35% mechanical force bonus splash range, and various special functions. It was a mechanic-exclusive mechanical suit that was among the top of beyond Grade A equipment. Han Xiao directly changed into the mechanical suit, like an experienced driver who had bought a new car. He excitedly tested it and recorded the detailed parameters before putting the mechanical suit away. This is really good stuff. If the original mechanical suit was a mid-range car like Volkswagen, the King would be a luxury car like Pagani, Koenigsegg, or Bugatti. Han Xiaoshan was satisfied and had an expression of satisfaction on his face. After sorting out his gains, he ordered the mechanical assistant to clean up the workshop while he adjusted the divine mechanical throne to lazy chair mode. Lying down, Han Xiao opened the forums and planned to reward himself with the crazy players. In version 4.0, the players' forums had undergone a targeted revision. A new flickering world board was added, which was like a world channel to the players. As more and more people arrived, the popularity of the flickering world board overshadowed all the other boards and became the most active channel for the players. Han Xiao browsed through the posts for a while and saw the new video posted by Pork Bun. The Black Star Corps series had a new episode, and the content was the deeds of the army during the version update. The number of views seemed to have broken the record again. He clicked on it and took a look. It was not that this episode was very good, but because a large number of foreign players had joined the Black Star Corps, and the leak field had expanded. Therefore, more people came to understand the history of the Black Star Corps, and the number of views of the previous videos had skyrocketed. Since version 1.0, Pork Bun had been creating a series of videos, and there were many episodes now. The new players could watch the complete rise of the Black Star Corps from scratch. As a super faction that was developed under the eyes of the players, it could give the players a strong sense of immersion. Most of the foreign players that joined the army came for the benefits and did not have any sense of belonging to the faction. Understanding the history of a faction could slowly form a cohesive force. Pork Bun's series of videos were now playing a huge role, like fertilizer. Of course, not every player would fall for this, but many old players already had feelings for Galaxy. Even in other star fields, the Black Star Corps was not unfamiliar to them. There would always be a considerable number of people who liked the immersive experience and were willing to develop a sense of belonging to the faction. The ideological construction still has to be done. I have to instill more theoretical knowledge about the Black Star's uniqueness so that the players can feel the warmth of home. Han Xiao mumbled as he browsed through the posts. Suddenly, he saw a post exposing the Limitless Financial Group. The content was the spy mission issued by Sorokin, which required the players to purchase information from the Black Star Corps players. The confidentiality of the Limitless Financial Group was actually quite good. At least, Han Xiao did not know the details from other channels. However, he could not stop the players from betraying Sorokin on the forums. It's really hard for me not to know, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. The players' forums were a special information exchange platform. No outsiders could enter, but he could browse through the players' forums. This unparalleled information advantage could only be enjoyed by him at the moment. To him, the players were a natural free intelligence network. Even if he sat at home and did nothing, the players' forums would still provide him with an endless stream of information about other organizations. Currently, the Limitless Financial Group was the organization that was most passionate about recruiting players other than himself. Sorokin, that unlucky guy, wanted to spend money to use the players' characteristics to spy for him, but he did not know that he was exposed by the players instead. Meanwhile, Han Xiao did not even have to pay anything. The happiness of privilege was just that simple, unadorned, and dry. Thinking of Sorokin's scheming face, Han Xiao even felt like laughing. I might as well let the army players accept his mission and casually sell some information to earn Sorokin's money. He's a rich man after all. It'll be a waste if I don't take advantage of him. Han Xiao was holding back his evil ideas when he suddenly saw the title of an extremely popular post. His eyes narrowed. Army players being squatted frequently. Who's targeting the Black Star Corps? Chapter 1045. Squatting a corpse was a technical job. In order to protect the young hearts of the players, There were many ways for the players to choose from. They could revive on the spot, revive in the nearest city or vehicle, revive in specially bound coordinates, and even go offline without reviving. At the same time, they could only revive at most 10 times every 6 days in Galaxy, so it was very difficult to squat. In his previous life, Han Xiao was fine even though he was reckless, and this was largely due to this method of revival. However, even with such a harsh prerequisite, the players still enjoyed squatting corpses. The more common methods were kidnapping, forced landing, and so on. When the players were in combat mode, there was a limit to going offline, and there was a punishment for forcefully quitting. Thus, kidnapping was derived, bringing the target to the nearest revival location and surrounding them. Forcing a vehicle to land was the same, making the target revive in the same spot or in the nearest vehicle. However, none of these methods could completely solve the revival mechanism, and the difficulty was very high. Even if all the locations were blocked, the target would still need to cooperate and not go offline. Therefore, in the end, there was only one prerequisite for squatting corpses, and that was the other party's head. From the ID, "What can you do about me?" Han Xiao could feel an unruly and reckless aura that could not be hidden. It was like a firefly in the dark, so bright and so outstanding. In the post, this, "What can you do about me?" was an army player, and he described his experience in detail. "Just now, I was carrying out a solo errand mission in the free competition zone and came to a transit planet. I met a group of unfamiliar players from other organizations. When they saw me, they took the initiative to attack me without saying anything and beat me to death. I asked them why, and they actually said that they just didn't like me. I don't know about the others, but I couldn't take it, so I directly revived on the spot and fought them head-on. This group of people is really F***king annoying. They really squatted and killed me over and over again, killing all my revivals for today. They even privately messaged me and mocked me. F***ck. I was eating hot pot and singing when I was suddenly beaten up. Who did I offend? I've already posted the IDs of these bastards. Today, I'm going all out. Fans of China, everyone is my father today. With one arrow, thousands of troops will come to meet me. Please respond to my call and help me send my regards to their families. Let these bastards enjoy the baptism of positive energy." Han Xiao glanced at them. These IDs were obviously American players, and they were all demons. He scrolled down to read the replies and realized that the post had become a sea of joy. "Whip on the horse, I'm shocked. Grumpy old bro is recognizing his father on the spot Sigma, degree winking smiley. Human pile driver, I was bullied. I'll help you vent your anger. Heartless Iron Lady, 30-year-old keyboard warrior requesting to join the battle. My good brother can't take it anymore. I'm just having fun watching foreigners scold each other. If they really want to learn how to scold others, it's up to us. Can't think of a funny ID. What are the first few monsters? I thought they were looking at Little Uncle. Why are there so many literati in this game?" Other than these replies, there were also some army players who were also complaining. There were quite a few who had the same experience. However, not everyone was so stubborn. Most of them were only attacked by players from other organizations without warning. Furthermore, their opponents were not only the Americans but also players from other countries. Furthermore, not all of them were guild members. It was as if they were specifically hunting the army players. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he thought about the reason. It was probably because of the butterfly effect. In his previous life, there was no Black Star Corps, and everyone was scattered. However, the Black Star Corps was currently the largest faction among the players. From the reactions of the players, this most likely had nothing to do with the NPC organizations. It was completely the actions of some players. It could be that some people were hostile to the army players, or it could be that the large foreign guilds were secretly working together. Currently, tens of millions of players were flocking to the flickering world and stepping onto the stage of the universe, which attracted the attention of the various organizations. Tens of millions of people were just a drop in the ocean to a starfield, but if it was a group of immortal grade B supers, it was a force that could not be easily ignored. As part of the ecology of the universe, the actions of the players would affect others. Han Xiao's intelligence network reported that more and more organizations were beginning to delve into the characteristics of the players, and more people were trying to make use of the players. The three universal civilizations had also put the recruitment and research of the players on the agenda. The Black Star Corps, which the foreign players wanted to join at all costs, also received more attention. Many organizations were very curious about the source of Black Star's influence among the immortals. Although the Black Star was indeed very famous, they did not understand why the first choice of so many immortals was the Black Star Corps. However, there were also many players who went to other factions. Therefore, although the situation of the Black Star Corps was concerning, it was not that exaggerated. If they really took all the players into their faction, the dynasty would probably come knocking on their door the next day to question them. The other organizations did not target the army, but the players who joined them came to cause trouble first. Han Xiao carefully read all the replies and found that the ones who hunted the army players the most were the American, Japanese, and Korean players. While the other party attacked the army players, they also tried their best to avoid killing the army warriors. It was obvious that they were specifically targeting the players. He suddenly thought of something and searched the forums again. Sure enough, he found some anonymous posts that were blocked because of their words. It was a group of players from the other organizations showing off that they had killed the army players and said that they were targeting the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, they were very arrogant and looked down on the Chinese players by name. Interesting. So, this is the method. Han Xiao finally understood the cause and effect, and his eyes narrowed. He was not unfamiliar with this method. It had also happened among the players in his previous life, and it had also appeared in version 4.0. This was a very insidious method, and the people behind it were definitely the big clubs. The method was to secretly organize a group of local players to hunt down the players of the target faction and then ridicule them on the forums, provoking the anger of the players of the target faction and provoking a war of words. Then, they would secretly lead the conversation to race, country, and region discrimination, igniting hatred. The goal of this was to use the method of establishing hatred to manipulate the inclination of the local players to choose a faction. The explanation was very simple. This was because the players that the clubs of the various countries could control were only their employees and some peripheral players. The normal players of the country made up the largest group, and their actions were not controlled by the clubs. Therefore, in his previous life, someone came up with an insidious method to provoke hatred between countries to influence the inclination of the normal players to choose a faction. For example, if a faction had 1 million players, with 800,000 Chinese players being the majority, and 200,000 normal American players, then the American clubs would hunt down the Chinese players and taunt them, leading the Chinese players to curse at them. Then, they would do a double act to fan the flames and change the topic to hatred between different countries. This way, the 200,000 normal American players of the faction would be unhappy and would be dragged into the war of words. Then, the clubs would continue to fan the flames and create opposition. The result would be that a considerable portion of the 200,000 Americans would leave the faction due to their anger towards the Chinese players. Then, more normal American players would be angered by this war of words, and the number of Americans joining the faction would decrease significantly. This was an important method that the big clubs secretly used to manipulate the inclination of the normal players of the country. They would create hatred, use hatred, and increase the cohesion of the local players. The reason for this was very simple. The clubs did not want the local players to work for the factions that the clubs of other countries were in. They only wanted the normal players to work for their own faction. When there were more players in the same faction, the competition for the normal players would become greater. However, to the clubs, the local players represented cheap labor. When they came to their faction, whether it was for normal development or for national wars, as long as the clubs raised their arms, the normal players would respond and become free fighters. Normal players wanted to experience the game easily, and the professional players were also worthy of respect. However, the clubs and official guilds were commercial organizations. Their goal was to obtain rankings and profits in the Pro League. Therefore, after version 4.0 was released in his previous life, the clubs led by the Americans began to use all kinds of dirty tricks to control the fans, causing the environment of the forums to deteriorate to a certain extent. This weakened the mainstream factions of the clubs of other countries, and in turn, strengthened themselves. To put it simply, they were stealing leaks. Only a few clubs of other countries did not follow suit, and China was one of them. In his previous life, China was very powerful in real life. In addition to some historical factors, they were often discriminated against by some idiots in other countries. Therefore, they were very cohesive. Now, most of the Chinese players were in the Black Star Corps, so there was even less of a need to use such dirty tricks. TSK, the first time this trick appeared, it was against me. Moreover, it was the clubs of many countries working together. Han Xiao thought about it and understood what these clubs were thinking. It was just that there were too many foreign players entering the Black Star Corps, and some of the foreign clubs did not want the size of the army to continue expanding. Otherwise, the army would have too much of an advantage in the faction competition. Not only would it suppress the development space of the other factions, but it would also allow the Chinese clubs to pick up a wave of labor for free. To the foreign clubs, this was equivalent to helping the enemy. Even during a national war, the normal players of these countries might not respond to the call due to faction restrictions. As expected, because the army is too outstanding, the Chinese clubs have become the target of public criticism. Although those foreign clubs are not targeting me personally, if they continue doing this, my leak field might shrink. After understanding this point, Han Xiao did not panic at all. Instead, he laughed. Isn't this a good opportunity for me to increase the sense of belonging of the army's newcomers? The reason why the Horde and Alliance were so cohesive was because of the background story and game settings, but the more direct reason was because the players of the two factions were fighting each other. Setting up a target was a good way to quickly increase the cohesiveness of the group. Discrimination that involves real-life factors is an internal problem of the players. With my current identity, I really can't deal with it. However, I can target the main factions that the foreign clubs are in. You guys control the country, I'll control the faction. When the foreign clubs organize people to hunt down the army players, it's basically a matter of love. The faction will not give any rewards, so in their eyes, this is only an internal matter of the players. Then, if I issue a bounty mission, and as long as the army players kill the players of your faction, I'll give them a reward. From the perspective of faction policies, the army players will be able to get rid of their passivity and organize a targeted counterattack. Then, what will happen? At that time, even the normal players of the club countries will happily go and F***ck you up. With the few people that the club secretly hired, how can they compare to the 8 million warriors of the army? If you play dirty, I'll kill you. Hehe, since you guys don't want to focus on your development and can't stand the loneliness, playing these dirty tricks all day long, let me add fuel to the fire and make your careers even more prosperous. With that in mind, Han Xiao smirked. He sat up from the lazy god seat, opened the faction interface, and started to draft the bounty mission. At the same time, in an encrypted player chat channel, the executives of the professional club guilds of many countries were online. Among them were America's Devil Club and Key Club, Japan's Hydra, Amaterasu, and Werewolf Club, Korea's Kimkai, Samsung Bomb Club, Italy's Classic and Pizza Club, Southeast Asia's Red Bay, Archipelago, Titan Club, and so on. It could be said that more than half of the regulars of the international arena were in the channel. At this time, the topic that these club executives were discussing was related to the Black Star Corps. Just as Han Xiao expected, as more and more players from various countries jumped ship to the Black Star Corps, these guilds that did not plan to change factions could not sit still anymore. They secretly worked together to curb the expanding player population of the Black Star Corps. The people we've organized are acting according to plan. We're still preparing for public opinion, and the players' emotions still need to be brewed, the American Key Club executive said. The conditions are actually in our favor. China has won the Pro League consecutively, and this is their pride. They naturally have a sense of superiority, so we can influence public opinion and let the Chinese players talk about us. We can then make the normal players of various countries deliberately target us because our team's results are not good. We can let the Chinese players mock us. This way, we can attract hatred. Actually, this method is quite easy to see through. People nowadays are very smart. Don't worry, players will be players. As long as they get carried away, the cause is not important. The Pro League is a very good entry point. It's easy to influence their emotions. Let's hope it works. We belong to different factions, and the biggest threat now is the Black Star Corps. There are just too many players there. If we don't weaken them, the advantage of the Chinese clubs will be too scary. It's best to isolate them this time. Many of the executives discussed at once. As for the attitude of the Black Star Corps, it was not within their consideration at all. To them, this was a matter between the players, and the NPC faction was just a decoration. Chapter 1046. There's a problem with the computer for Godly Mechanic. The update today won't be available before 12. It's in the middle of the update. Please wait for a moment. After the update, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1047. Aleph * King burn your dreams. In the hall of the base outside Black Star Palace, an angry roar suddenly sounded from the bottom of his heart. A white pillar of light lit up and quickly turned into an army player who was revived. His ID was, Under Flying Clouds, clearly from China. There were many players walking in and out of the hall. Hearing this loud roar, they all turned around and looked at Under Flying Clouds. His chest was rising and falling rapidly, and his face was filled with anger. What's wrong, Big Chest? Why are you so angry? Who did it? An old player who was passing by was not surprised. I just got squatted by a bunch of foreigners, and they even mocked me. This is the third time. Under Flying Clouds was furious. Sigh, it's already the world server in version 4.0, and there are players from other factions everywhere. It's not like the previous versions when we were in the Shattered Star Ring. You have to be careful when you're outside, the old player said casually, shook his head, and walked away. Under Flying Clouds did not look too good. He was a new player who had only entered the game in version 3.0. He liked to relax and did not like to PK. In the previous version, the world server had not been opened yet. As an army player, he was basically on the same side when he was outside and would rarely be attacked by other players. Thus, he played very comfortably. Now, he did not have the safety experience of the previous version. He had been maliciously disturbed by players from other organizations many times when he was doing missions. The huge difference between the two versions made him feel very uncomfortable, and he felt that his gaming experience had plummeted. He turned around and glanced around. There were players with foreign IDs scattered around. Most of them were new players who had just joined the army recently. Among them, there was a small group of people who deliberately scanned the army players coming and going, looking at him from time to time. This kind of behavior was most likely a spy sent by the foreign guilds. There have been so many squatting incidents recently. It's probably the fault of these spies. My whereabouts were leaked by them, causing me to be squatted. Under Flying Clouds felt that he had guessed correctly and was furious. He did not like the foreign players who had just joined the army. Many Chinese players had the same thoughts as him. In the previous versions, they had played so comfortably, and everyone was Chinese. However, with the addition of this group of foreigners, they had no choice but to be on guard. The internal environment had deteriorated, and many of them were tired of playing. Beneath the Flying Cloud was a new player from the previous version. He did not have deep feelings for the army like the veteran players, nor did he invest too much time and energy in the army. At this time, he could not help but think of changing factions. I really don't want to be squatted again. It really affects my mood. Just as he was thinking about this, the communicators of every player in the hall suddenly rang at the same time. The players who were walking around glanced at each other in surprise before stopping and lowering their heads to check the messages. Under the flying cloud also took out his communicator. Taking a closer look, it was actually an announcement from the Army's internal program. Furthermore, there were 3 announcements in a row. Army Announcement 1. Rookie Preferential Treatment Policy to all the warriors of the Army. Now that the flickering world is being developed, we have recently recruited many new warriors from other starfields. In order to allow the new members to integrate into the Army quickly, we hereby re-implement the policy of supporting the new members. When the veteran members bring the new members to carry out missions, both sides will have additional benefits. The Army will give a certain amount of subsidies, which are not limited to ANAs, contribution points, ammo replenishment, free strengthening or repair opportunities, and other benefits. For more details, please see Appendix, Benefits Description, Collapse Expand. I hope that everyone will actively help the new members. No matter which star field you come from, as long as you join the Black Star Corps, we will all be able to entrust our backs to you. Army Commander Black Star. So, this is the policy. Under the flying cloud was moved. In the previous version, the Army had recruited a bunch of Russian and Australian players from the Constellation Corridor. At that time, they had announced a similar policy and implemented it for a period of time. After the results were achieved, this benefit plan was temporarily frozen. The effect of this plan had been proven in the previous version. This benefit had aroused the enthusiasm of the veteran players to bring the new members, quickly closing the distance between the old and the new members, encouraging them to make friends and not to play on their own. This allowed the Russian and Australian players from the previous version to quickly integrate into the Army. Now, the Russian and Australian players in the Army were different from the foreigners who had recently joined. They were more harmonious with the Chinese players. The reason Han Xiao proposed this new plan was to allow the ordinary players from the various countries to quickly integrate into the Army and feel the warmth of the veteran players, eliminating the estrangement caused by the unfamiliarity as much as possible. Under the flying cloud was not surprised by this announcement, but he was a little unhappy. Now that so many veteran players were being squatted, the Army actually wanted them to bring the new members. Although spies only made up a very small portion, he could not help but vent his anger on the entire group of new members. Therefore, in his eyes, this plan was like helping the people who bullied him when he was being bullied. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This is too much. Under the flying cloud knew that this could not be blamed on the NPCs, but he could not help but feel angry. However, the next moment, he saw the other 2 announcements and was stunned. His eyes widened in shock. Army Announcement 2, Warning List of Organizations. Recently, a large number of immortals in the Army have reported to the upper echelons that they were attacked by the immortals of other organizations for no reason during their missions. After a detailed investigation, the Army has found that the situation is true and has confirmed which organizations are deliberately targeting the members of the Army. The details can be seen in Appendix, List of Organizations, Collapse Expand. Although the immortals are not afraid of death, I regard the actions of these organizations as a provocation to the Black Star Corps. Here, I issue a public warning to these organizations to restrain your immortal subordinates. Otherwise, I will take it as a declaration of war. Don't blame me for personally coming to have a chat with you. Therefore, the organizations mentioned in the list, please treat this matter seriously. I will keep an eye on Army Commander Black Star. Army Announcement 3, Counterattack Permit. Before these organizations restrain their subordinates and put an end to the incidents of our immortals being attacked, we will take counterattack measures. I hereby inform all the immortals in the Army that you can take targeted revenge against the immortals of the above organizations. Targets are only limited to immortals. Taking a beating without fighting back is not our style. In order to encourage this behavior, the Army will provide additional subsidies, not limited to ANAs, special materials, and contribution points. Please see Appendix, List of Rewards, Collapse Expand. Repeated kills will allow you to receive rewards multiple times. You will need to use the Philip subroutine to upload the recording of each battle in exchange for rewards. The recording of the same kill will not pass review. At the same time, For some of the repeat offenders who have attacked the members of the army multiple times, the army will issue a kill order. Every time you kill a designated wanted person, you will be able to exchange for special rewards. Please see, Appendix, List of wanted persons, Collapse Expand. Everyone, remember, anyone who offends the Black Star Corps will be killed no matter how far away Black Star is. Just as Under the Flying Clouds finished reading the two announcements, there was an uproar all around. Many players instantly became excited. Damn, what's this? The army is actually taking action. The PK between players will also cause a faction change. Ha ha ha, those stupid dogs, are they deliberately waiting for us? Do they think our identity as members of the army is given for free? So this is the feeling of having a backer. Nice Tilda, the army commander, is still the most domineering. Look, directly warning the faction. How impressive. The recent frequent mockery of corpses made many army players angry. However, since there was no one to organize them, they could only take care of themselves and pray that they would not encounter any malicious players from the other factions. However, now, the Black Star Corps directly issued a faction announcement. The wording was very domineering, indicating that they could retaliate against the other factions. This attitude made many army players feel very comfortable. Especially with the rewards for killing the players from these factions, everyone was instantly motivated. These three announcements that Han Xiao issued were a full-blown attack. First, he used the Black Star Corps to suppress others and warned the factions of these troublesome clubs so that their factions would drag them down. Secondly, he gave them permission to retaliate. Mobilizing all the players in the army to hunt down the players from these factions would not only help them vent their anger and increase the sense of identity of the army players, but it would also allow the old players to fight side by side with the new players. Furthermore, by dragging the new players from the various countries into the water and tying them together, it would be much more difficult for the foreign clubs to provoke discrimination. However, the normal players from your own countries are also doing the same to you. If you have the guts, do the same to them too. The clubs that were causing trouble had limited manpower. To the army players, this was just a little annoying. However, if all the army players turned around and hunted down the players from these factions, it would be enough to make the other factions doubt their lives. This way, a portion of the normal players from these factions would not be able to bear the harassment and would choose to change factions. This would, in turn, weaken the size of the players from these factions and expand their leak fields. Thirdly, he would issue an internal bounty on some of the enemy players who were causing trouble so that more people would see the consequences of provoking the army. This would reduce the number of players causing trouble together and reduce the manpower available to these clubs as much as possible. Under the Flying Clouds was overjoyed. He turned around and saw that many players who seemed to be spies had stiff faces. Seeing this, Under the Flying Clouds only felt that all the pent-up anger was vented out. He felt refreshed, and his sense of identity with the faction increased by +1. Haha, this is the cycle of the heavens. Who will Black Star spare? Under the Flying Cloud laughed out loud, his mood surging. He was a normal casual player, but at this moment, he could not wait to form a team to slay someone. From today onwards, Black Star is my big brother. I will fight whoever dares to mess with the army. As soon as the three announcements from the Black Star Corps were released, a storm was set off among the players. The players were no stranger to this type of mission. Was this not a faction war? The army players were in a frenzy. Many of them did not even bother with the normal missions and excitedly formed teams to go to the factions on the list. The Black Star Corps was currently the first organization in the flickering world to release a faction war mission. In the memories of the army players, when some people jumped over to the Bloodshed Land in the previous version, the army had also released a similar bounty order. However, compared to this, it was nothing. This was a large group PvP with millions of players. Players were more prone to trouble than NPCs. They could skip the missions, but how could they miss such a grand event? Be it the old players or the new players, their passion was ignited. This was especially so for the new players who had just joined recently. They were even more enthusiastic than the Chinese players. Many of them had jumped over from these factions and were familiar with the structure of the organizations. When it came to fighting their own people, they were faster than anyone else. Many of the old players were willing to bring one or two of these guides. These enemy factions that Han Xiao had listed were all organizations that worked for the various clubs. They came from different starfields and were not particularly strong. In the flickering world, it was even more impossible for them to be compared to Black Star. Therefore, facing the warning from the Black Star Corps, most of these organizations were stunned. What's going on? Why are you warning us? Did we offend you, Black Star? After investigating, these organizations realized the truth and were instantly enraged. They clearly had no intention of targeting the Black Star Corps, but some of the immortals under their command had acted on their own initiative and caused such trouble. It was like they were sitting at home, but trouble fell from the sky. Most of the organizations quickly responded to the warning from the Black Star Corps and hurriedly publicly expressed to Han Xiao that this was not their intention and that it was all a bunch of crazy subordinates. They had no intention of becoming enemies with the army, so please don't come and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Their weak hearts could not take such a surprise. Internally, these organizations strictly controlled the actions of the immortals and made it clear that without their orders, they were not allowed to provoke the Black Star Corps. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. They also punished some of the troublemakers. In terms of interface reaction, the punished players would lose a lot of faction contribution points and character favorability. However, a small group of organizations had a clearer way of thinking. Considering the special reputation of the Black Star Corps among the immortals, they slapped their thighs and came to a conclusion. Spies. These troublemakers are all spies sent by the Black Star Corps. It must be the Black Star Corps who wants to eat us, so they deliberately sent spies to cause trouble and use this as a reason to attack us. This group of little smarts was even more terrified and expressed that they would not fall for it. There were also a very small number of organizations that had a more fresh and refined way of thinking. They thought that this was a framing and that these troublemakers were neither their people nor Black Star's people, but a third party. Their goal was to cause a conflict between them and the Black Star Corps. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. Anyway, regardless of whether this was the truth or not, this group of organizations insisted that this was the truth. And as the Limitless Financial Group, which was currently the most enthusiastic about recruiting players, became the best target to shift the blame to. Seeing this news, Sorokin was completely confused. There's nothing wrong with it. I do have such a plan, but I haven't even started to implement it yet. Is this what it means to predict the future? Han Xiao's 3 announcements stirred up a storm and directly threw the entire world server's player base into chaos. And this group of foreign clubs that caused trouble were directly stunned by Han Xiao's 3 axes. No, we players love and kill each other, so why is your NPC faction the one that has the biggest reaction? We only attacked your immortal team, and you directly made a big deal out of it. Do you have any shame? Their plan had just started, and it was already heavily damaged and almost ended prematurely. In this situation, even if the plan could still continue, it would be far from achieving the expected results. These club executives were at their wits' end. If they really fought a faction war, they would not feel that they were at a loss. With so many factions combined, even if they could not defeat the Black Star Corps players, they could still fight back and forth. It just so happened that they could use the faction war to strengthen the normal players in their faction. However, the faction they belonged to was directly terrified. Not only did they not fight back, but they also restrained the players under them. The higher-ups were not allowed to fight back, so the faction war could not break out at all. They were completely passive. The Black Star Corps encouraged the players and even issued a faction mission. Not only did their faction not reward them, but they also dragged them down. The contrast between the good and bad factions was too stark. They knew that being bullied like this, the normal players in their faction would probably feel bitterly disappointed. Maybe some people would follow the truth of joining if they could not win and directly jump to the Black Star Corps to fight them back. They had originally planned well, but they did not expect such an unexpected accident to happen. These foreign club executives were almost worried to death. Once again, they deeply understood the importance of riding on someone's coattails. There were too many benefits to staying in a powerful faction. However, the ones who were the most confused were not these clubs, but the normal players in their faction. Faced with this situation, countless people were at a loss. I just woke up, I haven't even brushed my teeth, and you're telling me that I'm being chased by millions of players? What the hell are you doing? While the players were happily tearing each other apart, Hela, who was in the Emerald Star Cluster, received a special communication request. It was from the Arcane Church, the Hierarch. I've finally finished writing. It's not even midnight yet. The list of the most recent experts includes some people who have not appeared yet. Those who are interested can search for them. Let me reveal a little. Currently, the strongest beyond Grade A in this era has not officially appeared yet. I will also introduce them. The Chidyen officials made a Q version sketch of Ames and posted it on Weibo. Those who are interested can follow the Weibo Chidyen Chi page. Chapter 1048. Free Competition Zone, Emerald Star Cluster, Black Star Core Frontline Exploration Stronghold. In the spacious, silver-white training room, Hyla sat cross-legged in mid-air with her eyes slightly closed and her breathing long and slow. Red light surrounded her body, and the energy waves she emitted made the high-collared cloak of the Crimson Snake first-generation combat suit look like a black and red cloud. In front of her floated a cluster of bright red highly concentrated death energy. In the center of the red, there was a faint golden spot of light that extended out like blood vessels, spreading out with difficulty. At this moment, Hela suddenly frowned. The energy cluster in front of her suddenly boiled, as though a violent chemical reaction had occurred. It exploded with a bang, and a faint red energy shockwave spread out, reverberating in the room. I failed again, sister. Aurora's vexed voice suddenly sounded in Hela's mind. It's fine, it's not your problem. Hela shook her head. With the qualitative changes in the strength and control of their Esper ability, Espers would be able to develop more uses and effects of their Esper abilities. There was originally an exclusive life force link between the two of them. After Aurora entered the Calamity grade, the link was strengthened further, giving birth to two-way telepathy, allowing them to talk to each other directly in their minds. The transmission of life energy was originally limited by distance. At this moment, the project that the two of them were developing was an energy transmission channel that ignored distance. It had not succeeded yet, and they were still looking for a way. After Aurora entered the Calamity grade, Hela finally felt that she had the ability to protect herself. Thus, she no longer restricted Aurora from using her Esper ability and consuming life energy. Sister, actually, the life force link that ignores distance has already taken shape. I can send out life energy from my side, but I can't transmit it to your side. It's not all a failure. Hela nodded and said, actually, I received a small amount of life energy, but the energy consumption was too severe. I can only receive about 100,000th of the original. In my senses, most of your energy seems to have been absorbed by an unknown secondary dimension midway, and that secondary dimension actually has a weak connection with me. I can feel its existence. Is that so? I didn't feel it. Aurora was shocked. I only sensed it after advancing to the beyond Grade A realm. I feel that if we want to complete the link, we might have to deal with this obstacle first. Previously, I injected death energy into this secondary dimension in reverse, but the moment the energy entered, I lost contact with it. I'm afraid I'll have to find some time to personally make a trip there. I keep feeling that there will be some secrets related to us inside. Let's just treat it as the intuition of a beyond Grade A. With that said, Hela shook her head and raised her finger. A bright golden light spot about the size of a peanut floated on the tip of her finger. It was a trace of Aurora's life energy. She moved her eyes and manipulated the sesame-sized death energy particles to merge with the life energy. In the next moment, there was a burst of light as the two types of energy fused together. The red and gold light particles merged into one and turned into a golden-orange light particle. Sister, you've successfully fused with Spicy. Aurora was overjoyed. No, I'm still figuring out the fusion ratio. Currently, I can only harmonize a small amount of energy. Hela sighed softly. She and Aurora had tried to fuse each other's energy a long time ago, but due to the lack of control over their Esper abilities, they had never succeeded. At that time, they had thought that it was a conflict between the nature of their energy. Now that Hela had advanced to the beyond grade A realm, and Aurora's ability strength and stability had also entered the calamity grade, Hela tried to fuse them again. Only then did she realize that their energy could actually fuse with each other, but it was unstable and required strong control to maintain the balance. After the fusion, it would turn into a type of golden-orange energy. The characteristics of the energy seemed to have completely changed. Although the healing and killing effects were still there, these two characteristics were not strengthened. Instead, they were greatly weakened. At this time, Hela had yet to find out what special effects this fusion energy had. At this time, the notification of a communication request sounded. Beep beep. A virtual screen appeared in front of her, and the adjutant appeared on the screen. The shock on his face had yet to fade as he said, "Your Excellency Hela, the Pope of the Arcane Church wants to talk to you. Do you want to transfer the call?" Hela's pupils constricted slightly. She was quite surprised that such a big shot would suddenly come looking for her. She thought for a while and said with a deep voice, "Connect it." Very soon, the image changed, and the Pope's figure appeared on the screen. The leaders of the three universal civilizations often appeared on the news, so Hela naturally knew who they were. At this time, her expression returned to indifference as she slowly spoke. "May I know why Your Excellency is looking for me?" Because of the tense relationship between the Arcane Church and the Black Star Corps, Hela did not show much respect at this time. The Pope did not beat around the bush and said calmly, "I want to invite you to join the Arcane Church. I'm really flattered that the leader of a universal civilization personally invited me. If Black Star was here, he would probably say that." Hela was expressionless. "But I'm not him." The Pope slowly said, "We've investigated you. You're a person who chases after power, and the Arcane Church can give you great power. You don't have to say any more. I refuse." Hela did not want to hear it at all. "As long as you're willing to join us, you can state any conditions." "Not interested." The Pope paused, his face expressionless. "The reason why you're so loyal to Black Star is because of your personal feelings? It has nothing to do with you." The Pope nodded. "My promise is valid for a long time. If you change your mind, the Arcane Church welcomes you to join us at any time." Then, he directly hung up the communication. Hela looked at the black virtual screen and could not help but frown. The Pope of the Arcane Church personally came out. His sincerity was even more than the Red Empire. It was probably because of their hostile relationship that he wanted to poach the Black Star Corps. If a normal new beyond grade A received such treatment, they might have accepted it on the spot. However, leaving the Black Star Corps was not within her consideration. No matter how good the Arcane Church's conditions were, she would reject it without hesitation. On the other side, somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, a few spaceships were slowly moving toward the Black Star stronghold. The logo of the spaceship represented a small mercenary group. It looked like a very ordinary galactic mercenary group, but it actually carried a few beyond grade A supers from the Arcane Church. Sagman looked at the communicator and said with a deep voice, "The Pope has sent his message. The recruitment has failed. We can take action now." The Arcane Church had already come up with two plans. They had gathered beyond grade as during this period of time. If the Pope failed to recruit Hela, they would strike like lightning and eliminate her. The situation is in our favor. The Dynasty and the Black Star Corps have yet to discover that we have gathered. It's best to end this quickly and not make a mistake like last time, Taylor said. In the past, because they were separated by a starfield, the beyond grade as would take a long time to gather. If they were to take action, they would have been discovered long ago. Now that a large number of beyond grade as were in the flickering world and were very close to it, the Arcane Church's actions were convenient. They could take action before the enemy discovered them, giving them no time to prepare. It's best to move Hela away from the stronghold. Otherwise, The dynasty's allies can quickly reinforce us through the stargate of the stronghold. I'll leave this to Talarin. You go challenge Hela again and try to lure her out. The further away she is from the stronghold, the better, Sagman said. Talarin was stunned. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to agree. I'll try. If Hela doesn't accept the challenge, we'll destroy the stargate of the stronghold first. It's a pity that His Excellency Sun Hunter won't be participating in this operation. Taylor, you're a mage, so your methods are flexible. I'll leave the destruction of the stargate to you and me. Sagman hesitated for a moment before saying with a deep voice, as for Blackstar's Lord's avatar following Hela, I'll hold him back. At this moment, Kasui's avatar, who had been silent, spoke. The Arcane Church had taken out enough benefits to let Kasui participate in this operation, but he did not like to attack others or bully newcomers. Therefore, he sent his avatar over as insurance. All right, none of us have the confidence to deal with Blackstar's avatar. Only His Excellency Kasui can suppress him. Sagman nodded. It's a pity. If only His Excellency Warnos took action. Killing Hela would only be a matter of minutes. Desolate Beast Mercer muttered softly. Don't even think about it. Warnos won't leave the Temple of 10,000 Gods. He won't participate in such mundane matters at all. Taylor shook his head. The Arcane Church had sent out 6 beyond grade as this time. They were Photon Sagman, Worldgate Taylor, Desolate Beast Mercer, Red Devil Talarin, one of Kasui's avatars, and the Lord's avatar of a mechanic under him. The nature of Kasui's avatar was similar to the Lord's avatar of the mechanic class. It also carried a portion of the strength of the main body. It was not something that Escod's pseudo-beyond grade A avatars could compare to. Although the number was the same as in the battle on Planet Lighthouse, after replacing Cisco and his good friend Dylan with Kasui's avatar and another Mechanics Lord's avatar, their strength increased by a large margin. Using such a lineup to deal with Hela was already overflowing. Furthermore, unlike Planet Lighthouse, there were no Dynasty allies stationed on the other side this time, especially without Milizors. At the same time, Blackstar's main body was not there, which meant that they would not encounter the spacetime amber. The Arcane Church felt that the situation was very advantageous. Furthermore, their target was Hela, not that sticky Blackstar who was like a sticky candy. He was much easier to deal with. Not continuing to participate in the discussion, Kasui's avatar turned around and looked at the starry sky outside the porthole with a deep gaze. Man Ison, you won't make a move, right? If Hela dies, Blackstar will definitely go crazy. Hehe, what a difficult choice. It's not suitable for you to make a move. I understand what you mean, so let me act for you. With me around, she won't die. I can't see this chapter for the time being, but it seems like it can be posted. It might only appear after November. Sleep early today, wake up early tomorrow to watch the military parade. Chapter 1049. In the free competition zone, in another star cluster, the Radiant Federation's territory. A fleet was hovering in space. There were about 2 million battleships, and the largest flagship was an Eternal Light. Around the fleet, there were 2 large mechanical metal rings that encircled the entire fleet, one horizontal and one vertical, perpendicular to each other. These 2 super-large mechanical rings, which were even larger than stargates, were the strategic universal treasures of the Radiant Federation, the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. The components of the mechanical rings were very precise, and a large number of engineering ships were connected to each section of the rings for debugging and maintenance. At the same time, on the bridge of the flagship, the gathered beyond grade as of the Radiant Federation stood in a row in front of the porthole, looking out at the scene outside. They actually used such strategic equipment. It seems like the upper echelons of the Federation are really taking this operation very seriously. A muscular, bald, green-skinned man with a purple rune scarf wrapped around his head sighed. This person was Wumra, nicknamed Aura. He was a beyond grade A pugilist from the Radiance Federation, and he was extremely good at energy attacks. He was a mutated descendant of a beyond grade A race and had superior pugilist talent. He stood with his hands behind his back, giving off the aura of a grandmaster. This is related to the unsealing of the 10,000 deity scepter. It's worth investing a huge amount of resources to activate the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, Hades said. Ethereal will definitely make a move. When they take action and stall Blackstar's doppelganger, we'll directly use the teleportation device to cut into the battlefield. That's right. The fleet brought another set of multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. As long as we get Hela and teleport back, the battle plan will be completed. The fleet commander standing by the side said. The Radiant Federation was different from the Arcane Church. Their goal was to capture Hela alive and force Blackstar to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. Because of the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, the Radiants had a natural advantage. As long as they succeeded, they could quickly escape from the battle. The multidimensional sky-opening transportation device could send people away but would not be able to bring them back. Therefore, this fleet had brought along a second set of transportation devices and was equipped with a self-destruct device. As long as the transportation was completed, it would self-destruct to prevent others from taking it for research. If they could unseal the 10,000 deity scepter, paying the price of a multidimensional sky-opening transportation device was acceptable to the Radiants. Although it was expensive, a universal civilization did not lack money. With this technology, it would not be difficult to build one. There were countless sets of multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices in the warehouse, which gave the Radiants a terrifying strategic deterrent. It's easy to say. Although the fleet has brought another set of teleporters, it takes a lot of time to set them up, guide them, and recharge them. There will definitely be interference during this period. This person was called Jaconitz, a beyond grade a mechanical pugilist from the Radiant Federation. That's why we brought a fleet with us. Many of them are unmanned ships. On one hand, it's to speed up the deployment of the teleportation device. On the other hand, it's to protect the teleportation device from being interfered with. We also have Her Excellency Mornisa's Mech Legion. It's enough to cover our retreat, Hades said. Whom the robot on the side nodded. This was the Lord's avatar of Mornisa, the beyond grade A mechanic from the Radiants. She had brought a mechanical army with her, which was the best choice to cover their retreat. Also, don't forget that Blackstar is a virtual mechanic. He can invade our fleet. Romo and I will provide remote virtual defense assistance. The main artificial intelligence of the Radiants will also invest a large amount of computing power to strengthen the firewall. Although Blackstar is a peak beyond grade A, he won't be able to break through our blockade while fighting while he's distracted, Mornisa said. The Romo she mentioned was another beyond grade a virtual mechanic from the Radiants. He guarded the quantum network all year round and protected the main artificial intelligence database of the Radiants. He did not participate in the operation, but he would provide remote virtual assistance. It's a pity that His Excellency the Mecha Empire won't participate in the operation. Otherwise, with him here, we wouldn't have to worry about Blackstar's virtual intrusion at all. Hades sighed. This time, Sieran, who was standing in the middle, snorted and coldly said, Humph, Manison isn't coming, and Ulu is far away in the central galaxy, so I'll lead the team this time. I don't care about anything else. Leave Blackstar to me. If Ethereal wants to stop us, I'll deal with the strongest one. Starcrusher Sieran, a peak beyond grade A pugilist, was the leader of the Radiance's operation this time, a member of the Ancient Ones. On the other side, a multi-pronged crystal floated in the air. It was deep blue and emitted psychic waves. Leave the mission of capturing Hela to me. This was a crystal life form called Crystal Soul, a beyond grade A psychic of the Radiance. The Radiants had mobilized 7 beyond grade as this time Energy Soulwamra, Lone Ranger Jaconitz, Mechanical Queen Mornisa, Hades, Starcrusher Sieran, and Defender Romo, who would provide remote assistance. This lineup was very strong, and they had one more combatant than Ethereal. In a certain branch of the Limitless Financial Group in the Garu star cluster of the Flickering World, Sorokin's manifestation stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office on the top floor, looking at the dense meteors in the distance. These were all hyperdrive trails left behind by spaceships. This was an interstellar trade transit station, located in the territory of the Black Star Core. Not far away was one of the Stargate hubs. It was very prosperous and could lead to the vicinity of Black Star Palace. A good show should start soon. Sorokin narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. As the middleman who delivered information to the Radiance and Ethereal, he knew very well how Hellas' information would cause the two universal civilizations to react. In his guess, Ethereal and Radiance would have a very high chance of taking action. While looking at the scenery, he secretly calculated the possible scenarios in his mind. The Radiance has the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, so they have the initiative. They'll most likely wait patiently for Ethereal to make the first move. The Mecha Empire will most likely not participate, so Sierran is the most likely to take action. As for Ethereal, whether it's Kasui or Sun Hunter leading the team, they'll probably do nothing. The meeting of the gods really affected quite a few people, Black Star. Just as he was deep in thought, a magic portal suddenly appeared in the room. A figure walked out and stood behind Sorokin. With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the portal. Sensing the magic wave, Sorokin turned around and looked at this person with a fake smile on his face. "You're here, Your Excellency Traveler." The newcomer was a humanoid creature with grey skin and no nose. His eyes were crystal yellow, and he had demonic vertical pupils. He had messy grey hair and wore a golden headband. He only had 3 fingers on his hand, and he held a staff that looked like a twisted branch. He wore a brown hooded robe and looked travel-worn. Traveler, a Beyond Grade A mage, spent most of his time in the secondary dimensions and rarely appeared in the outside world. On the surface, he was a neutral Beyond Grade A, but in reality, he maintained an unclear relationship with many supercluster civilizations. He had also been present during the meeting of the gods, but he was very quiet and did not have much of a presence. "The Supercluster Alliance hired me to help you." Traveler tapped his staff and stared at Sorokin with interest. "Interesting. What kind of deal did you make with the Supercluster Alliance? You actually want me to take the initiative to challenge Black Star? Some things are happening. If I'm not wrong, Radiance and Ethereal will attack Hela soon. At that time, I hope you can go to Black Star Palace and challenge Black Star." Sorokin smiled faintly. He had secretly contacted the Supercluster Alliance, revealed some information, and made a new deal. He was prepared to interfere. "Oh, you mean, that's right. If Black Star accepts your challenge, even if he can divert his attention to use his lord's avatar, the strength of his avatar will be severely reduced, and he won't be able to take care of Hela. If he doesn't accept the challenge, it means that his main body might not be in his headquarters. You'll have to fight Dragon Emperor Ames. From what I know, he's very close to Ames. This way, Black Star will have one more place to support him. No matter what, you'll be able to restrain Black Star." Traveler listened silently before slowly saying, "You seem to want to make the operation between the two universal civilizations succeed. What's in it for you? Hela's existence is a threat. I believe most Beyond Grade as don't want to see someone like her alive." Sorokin chuckled. "Furthermore, even if she joins a civilization, she'll choose the dynasty. To your supercluster civilization, she's even more of a threat." "That's not all," Traveler said. "You definitely have a bigger goal for dragging the supercluster civilization into this." That's fine. There's no harm in telling you." Sorokin narrowed his eyes. "Do you think the upper echelons of Radiance and Ethereal are only doing this for Hela?" No, Hela is only one of the reasons. The other important reason is the recent meeting of the gods." "Oh." Traveler's eyes flickered. "Think about it. Radiance and Ethereal sent out Beyond Grade as to do something like this. If they succeed, how will Black Star react? The other reason Radiance and Ethereal did this is to incite internal strife among the Beyond Grade as. If they succeed, the meeting of the gods will only exist in name." Sorokin's lips curled up. I even have a bold guess that Radiance and Ethereal would rather leave one or two of their Beyond Grade A allies alive in this operation, using the hatred between the Beyond Grade as to prevent them from uniting. Traveler frowned. That can't be. The situation isn't that bad. Heh, who knows? I've learned something from my long life. Don't think that you're irreplaceable in the eyes of the advanced civilizations. Sorokin did not comment. Traveler stared at him and slowly said, "What about you? You're also a Beyond Grade A, but you're not on their side. Aren't you the same? I'm pardonable, but you're a neutral guy. Hehe, if I have to say something, I don't like the idea of individual strength being supreme. I'm a businessman. I believe in the collective. I believe in the market." Sorokin smiled faintly. No matter how strong a Beyond Grade A is, they're just individuals. Only a diverse civilization can make the cold universe prosperous. Civilization is the cornerstone of society, the protagonist of the universe. Individuals like us who are outside the norm are just dispensable parts of the galactic society. Without us, the world might be more peaceful and prosperous. The privileges that Beyond Grade As have are already great enough. If we don't know how to be content and insist on reaching our hands into areas we shouldn't touch, it will only cause new chaos in the universe. I don't want that to happen. The fewer Beyond Grade As there are in the universe, the better. Traveler was a little surprised. I thought you only cared about making money. I didn't expect you to have such a side to you. You can think of me as the guardian of the balance of the universe. Sorokin turned around, suddenly paused, and added, "Of course, I still have to make money. Of course, I still have to make money." Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, in the machinery workshop of Han Xiao's hidden spaceship, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy Carrier, 17th Test. A silver and red mechanical body stood on the test platform. The cylindrical container containing the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was fixed above the mechanical body by 4 mechanical arms. Dense transmission wires connected the container to the carrier. Philip sat on Han Xiao's shoulder and reported, "Carrier self-test complete, excellent condition. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy is obedient. Connection activated. Begin energy conversion." Han Xiao nodded. Begin. As soon as he said that, the device was activated. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy in the container became active and quickly flowed into the mechanical carrier through the transmission wires. The mechanical carrier shook. Its eyes suddenly lit up with a red light, becoming more and more dazzling. The body was vibrating at a high frequency, bearing the burden of the Primal Esper ability entities. Han Xiao stared at the mechanical carrier and fully released his mechanical sense, observing every detail of the test. In his eyes, the violent Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was gradually restrained by the carrier and started to merge with the special conversion parts in the body. The function of these parts was similar to the host cells, used to contain and refine the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. After a long time, the last bit of Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy also merged with the carrier. The carrier suddenly released a bunch of red shockwaves, stirring up a gust of wind in the room. Fusion complete, Synchronization rate 72%, compatibility 75%, load of the carrier at 41%. Philip reported a bunch of parameters. Finally succeeded. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Previously, the carrier could not even complete the first step of fusion. Now, it had finally merged with the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Although it still needed to be optimized, it was already a good start and could be put into battle. Creating a mechanical carrier for the Primal Esper ability was different from creating other mechanical soldiers. The technical requirements were very precise. Not only did it have to fuse with the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, but it also had to prevent it from seizing control of the body. Thankfully, Han Xiao had obtained Evan's cell sample, so he did not have to take 99% of the wrong path. A new month has begun. During the double period, please give me a monthly ticket. Han Xiao had originally planned to be on good terms with Yin Ying, so he was very lenient with his demands for Yin Ying. As long as the other party showed a good attitude, he would lend the evolution cube. In this regard, Han Xiao's style was to treat people like Heba differently. Even if he gave him the bloodshed land, he would not lend the evolution cube. What a coincidence. My main body is not in the headquarters. Han Xiao rubbed Philip's face with his finger. Where is the throne? Reporting to Master, we're almost at Black Star Palace, about a few hours away, Philip smiled and hugged Han Xiao's finger. Then, I'll let Ames and Yin Ying chat for a while. I'll go over when the throne is here. As soon as the king was created, Han Xiao had the mechanical army secretly escort the locator throne and Evans back to the headquarters of Black Star Palace. It had been quite some time, and the troops had been transported through the exclusive Stargate channel of the army's territory. The speed was very fast, and they were almost home now. As long as he sent the throne home, he could use the king to teleport back instantly. As long as he did not stay for more than 3 minutes, he could activate the teleportation function again and return here. Then, he would start calculating the cooldown time. As a universal treasure, the cooldown time for teleportation was not very long. At the same time, in Black Star Palace. In the army commander's reception room, Yin Ying sat with his hands on his knees, looking reserved and polite. Opposite him, Ames sat on the main seat with one hand supporting her chin and the other casually controlling the force field. She placed 3 glasses full of wine on the table and smiled. Don't be reserved. Drink something first. Fu Ding smiled and agreed. Your Excellency Yin Ying, the army commander has gone to inspect the territory. He'll be back in a few hours. Please wait for a while. Okay. Yin Ying nodded, raised his glass, and finished it in one gulp. Ames sized up Yin Ying's strange bright silver body with interest. I heard from Black Star that your strength is not bad. He thinks highly of your potential. Thank you. I also respect your Excellency Black Star very much. Yin Ying looked at Ames, hesitated for a while, and said, Actually, I have a question. What do you want to say? Ames smiled and took a sip of wine. Black Star is not here. Why are you representing the army to receive me? Yin Ying was a little hesitant. The way he saw it, although the Black Star Corps and Floating Dragon Island were allies, there did not seem to be a need for an ally to receive a Beyond Grade A on behalf of the host. After all, the true decision-makers here were still the officers of the army, and the Dragon Emperor should only be a guest. However, she was acting like the host now. Could it be that the rumors were true, that there was that kind of relationship between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor? What's so strange about that? Ames raised her brows. Black Star told me to come and find him. He's gone out, so of course I'm the one receiving the Beyond Grade A guest. Hearing this, Silver Shadow's expression suddenly became somewhat meaningful. This matter-of-fact tone. The rumors are true. He was still wondering why Ames would come all the way to the Black Star Palace, but now he understood. If the two of them had such a relationship, why else would Black Star call the Dragon Emperor over? Of course, it would be for a long night without sleep. Thinking of this, Yin Ying could not help but be more respectful. Although he was not someone who liked to chat, he still tried his best to chat with Ames. After all, he had a favor to ask of Black Star, and a family member had come out to receive him. He could not possibly ignore her. That would be too rude. At the same time, in the Emerald Star Cluster, the Black Star Corps frontline stronghold. A spaceship flew over from afar, slowly approaching the stronghold. Seeing this, the Army Defense Forces outside the planet's atmosphere immediately sent out 2 battleships to intercept the incoming spaceship and issued a warning in the public channel. Intruder, stop moving forward. Please report your identity immediately. After the message was sent, this unfamiliar spaceship slowly turned off and hovered outside the atmosphere. The next moment, a tyrannical energy wave suddenly erupted, and all the energy detection radars in the stronghold rang, emitting a constant warning. Boom. Warning. Warning. High energy burst detected. Matching event model. Matching complete. Model is Beyond Grade A energy burst. Hualala. The entire stronghold was in an uproar, and the fleet outside the atmosphere immediately gathered. The cannons on the ground also raised their heads and locked onto this spaceship. A large number of battleships also quickly rose into the air, and countless cannons were aimed at this spaceship. The stronghold instantly entered combat mode. The next moment, Talaran's figure appeared in the public channel, emitting demonic flames all over his body as he laughed arrogantly. Ahahaha. Hela. I'm here to take revenge on you. Last time, I was injured by you. This time, I'm going to wash away the shame. Do you dare fight me again? As he spoke, he fiercely suppressed the stronghold with his beyond grade A aura and headed straight for Hela. In the training room, Hyla suddenly opened her eyes, and her gaze froze. Han Xiao's warning some time ago appeared in her mind, telling her to be more alert when she encountered things recently. Someone might come looking for trouble. At this moment, seeing the person who had once begged for mercy arrogantly coming to challenge her, a thought flashed through her mind. There's a trap. Does he really think I'm a martial arts fanatic? At this moment, the adjutant sent a message. Your Excellency Hela, he's challenging you. What should we do? Hela's face was indifferent as she coldly said, What's the army manual? Do you still need me to teach you how to deal with enemies approaching the stronghold? Just because the other party is a beyond grade A, you don't know what to do. Then what's the use of having you, The adjutant shrank his neck. Understood. The spaceship outside the atmosphere was surrounded by the Black Star Corps fleet. After Talaran issued the challenge, he patiently waited for Hela to appear. With Hela's personality, she's a battle maniac. When she meets my challenge, there's a 70% chance that she'll agree. Now that Kasui and the others are hiding not far away, as long as I try to lure her over while we fight, the ambush will be complete. Just as he was thinking about the battle plan, a strong light suddenly lit up in his vision. Talaran hurriedly looked out of the porthole, only to see the Black Star Corps fleet surrounding him open fire without even saying a word. The light of countless energy cannons filled his vision. Talaran's expression changed drastically. Damn, you're not playing by the rules. Chapter 1051. Boom. Under the barrage of countless cannons, not a single piece of armor could escape the fate of annihilation. Not even a single piece of wreckage was left. An unstable teleportation gate opened not far away, and Talaran staggered out with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had cast a teleportation spell in advance and avoided the barrage at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing to be heavily injured before the battle even began. You actually ordered your fleet to bombard me without saying a word. Shameless. Talaran was shocked and furious. How could a beyond grade A not give any face when visiting and challenging each other? Even if my intention was to challenge you, you did not even say a word before bombarding me with a barrage of cannons. That's too rude. The way he saw it, even if beyond grade As had grudges against each other, when one went to challenge the other, they would at least be polite on the surface. We're all people with status, but you directly blasted me out with a broom. Where is the etiquette between beyond grade As? This is not only embarrassing for me, but also for you. At this time, Hela's voice sounded in the public channel. You've already lost to me. Those who have been surpassed by me have no chance of catching up to me. I'm not interested in fighting you again. Hearing this, Talaran was furious. He thought he was arrogant enough, but he did not expect Hela to be even more arrogant than him. His expression changed several times, but he decided to endure it. Humph, I have a mission, so I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're basically a dead man. Talaran snorted coldly in his heart, activated a solidified magic communication rune, and contacted his teammates who were lying in ambush elsewhere. Hela did not accept the challenge. Not only did she not fall for it, but she also shamelessly bombarded me with cannons. The plan to lure her won't work. Let's change to a direct attack. At least we've confirmed that she's in the stronghold. Very soon, Sagman's reply came through the magic communication. Okay, change of plan. Begin the attack. Talaran, Share your vision and locate her for us. Taylor, open the teleportation gate and attack the Stargate first. Also, preheat the space stabilization device. After we enter, seal the hyperdrive and teleportation abilities, so Hela has no way to escape. We must act according to the original plan. Hela went all the way to the highest command room of the stronghold. Looking at the images transmitted back from the surveillance screen, she saw Talaran in outer space constantly dodging the fleet's attacks. Why isn't he leaving? He is indeed plotting something. Hela frowned slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she took out her communicator and sent a message to Han Xiao. She wanted to discuss this with Han Xiao. However, in the next moment, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose, like a chill rising from his tailbone and penetrating deep into his bone marrow. Hela's expression changed slightly. She suddenly raised her head. In her perception, several star-like energy sources suddenly appeared nearby. Warning! Warning! High energy source detected. Warning! Warning! The Stargate has been destroyed. Requesting backup. The image on the screen suddenly changed. A magic teleportation gate suddenly appeared beside the Stargate station far away, and two figures stepped out. They were Taylor and Sagman. Before the defense forces of the Stargates opened fire, the two of them attacked first without saying a word. A large number of summoned monsters surged out and blocked the defense fleet from every direction. Waves of arcane attacks with pure destructive power and endless beams of light shattered the Stargates one after another as if they were rotten wood. The surprise attack was effective. Beside Talaran, a second super-large teleportation gate appeared. The black mass of mechanical troops flowed out like a flood and spread out rapidly. The three figures at the front were Kasui's doppelganger, Desolate Beast Mercer, and Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco's Lord's Avatar, who was controlling this mechanical army. Kasui and Mercer were all old acquaintances. The one worth mentioning was Francisco, who was a direct descendant of Ethereal. He was a rather special existence. His main body had always been imprisoned in the arcane church and was usually not allowed to move around in the outside world. Only when the arcane church needed his strength would they allow him to use his lord's avatar in battle. If he performed meritorious deeds, his sentence would be reduced. His crime was related to his nickname, Mechanical Catastrophe, which meant that he had once caused a machine-related disaster. At the same time, it was also an acknowledgement of his strength. He was an energy branch mechanic and had a special talent. The cost of mechanical force bonuses was far lower than other mechanics of the same level. At the same time, the range of his mechanical force was far greater than other mechanics of the same level. This meant that the upper limit of the number of mechanical troops he could support at the same time was very high. The purpose of bringing Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco was to fight against the fleet of the army stronghold and restrain the mechanical troops that Blackstar had placed there. He was responsible for the battle of the army. Otherwise, with just a few beyond grade as, most of their attention would be tied up by the fleet. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Mechanical Catastrophe controlled his mechanical troops to fight against the fleet of the stronghold. With the sudden appearance of the strong enemy, the stronghold fleet was caught off guard at first. They quickly adjusted, and the battle instantly entered the climax. At the same time, Mechanical Catastrophe's troops also carried many space-time stabilizing devices, wormhole countermeasures, and other equipment. All of them were activated, and bubbles popped up, immediately stabilizing the space-time of this area. This time, even teleportation spells could not be used. Seeing this, Hyla's expression immediately darkened, and her expression turned serious. The enemy came prepared. 6 beyond grade as, including a supercombatant like Kasui, they want to kill me so badly? Even with Hela's strong personality, she could not help but be frightened by this. Is this the situation that Blackstar faced back then? No, it might be even worse. It's practically a situation of certain death. However, her mentality only wavered for a moment before Hela adjusted, suppressing the negative emotions and turning them into battle intent. She immediately felt as if all the blood in her body was boiling. Boom! The next moment, Hela broke through the roof, flew straight into the sky, gritted her teeth, and charged toward the few beyond grade as who had locked onto her with their aura. During the charge, death energy was constantly released, turning into a bright red blood cloud. Seeing this, Red Devil, Desolate Beast, and Mechanical Catastrophe's Lord's Avatar swooped down at the same time. While the defense fleet was distracted, they quickly bypassed the blockade and collided with Hela. Boom! The momentum was earth-shattering. On the surface of the planet, a red shockwave exploded. The blood cloud formed by death energy dissipated, and the red meteor fell to the ground at an even faster speed, unable to stop. Rumble. Along the way, she smashed a large number of bases, leaving behind a ravine-like trajectory. Only then did Hela stop her momentum, and dust filled the sky. Cough cough. In the dust, Hela got up. Her eyes were fierce. She casually wiped her bleeding nose and stared at the three people in the sky. In a head-on clash, she was clearly unable to withstand the attacks of the three of them and was directly blown away. At this time, in the distance of the stronghold, a small black dot rose into the sky like a black tide, quickly approaching from the distant horizon like a flock of crows covering the sky. It was the mechanical army that Han Xiao had placed in the stronghold, and the one leading was the Lord's Avatar that had already descended. The next moment, a psychic wave that covered the entire planet descended, and an ethereal voice sounded in everyone's heart. Black Star, your opponent is me. Their vision blurred, and they saw that Kasui's avatar had already blocked the path of the mechanical army. He raised a hand and pressed down. Boom! All the mechanical army was instantly pressed to the ground. Only the Lord's avatar was glowing brightly with mechanical force, barely able to hold on. Although the opponent is a machine and can't use the psychic attack that psychic power is best at, I'm also proficient in psychic power. Kasui's avatar said calmly, raised his hand, and pushed forward. A psychic wall that spanned thousands of miles was formed and pushed forward with a rumble. All the buildings and machines in front of it were pushed out and pressed against the wall. A portion of the mechanical army counterattacked toward the invisible psychic wall, but Kasui's psychic power seemed to be endless. Even though the psychic wall kept cracking under the focus fire, he did not mind squandering his psychic power to repair the damaged areas. The psychic wall's momentum was almost unstoppable. Like a board eraser, it directly wiped out a large area of the planet's surface, uprooting a large piece of land. Countless building debris, soil, and machines were pushed into outer space along the direction of the psychic wall. Other than the Lord's avatar and a few mechanical soldiers with high mobility who took the initiative to retreat, the rest of the mechanical army was pushed out of the planet by the psychic wall, far away from the battlefield where Hela was. They could only regroup in outer space. At the same time, Kasui's avatar also followed and blocked in front of Han Xiao. What terrifying psychic power! Han Xiao's Lord's avatar's eyes flashed. I draw power from the void dimension. My psychic power is infinite. In terms of energy storage, perhaps only Ulu of the Radiant Federation can compare to me, Kasui said calmly. I heard that you also have a void bloodline. When your god's trait transformation reaches a certain level, you might awaken such power. Han Xiao's Lord's avatar looked around and saw the entire battle. At this moment, the planet's stronghold could be divided into 3 battlefields. Hela was fighting Red Devil, Desolate Beast, and Mechanical Catastrophe. She was in danger and was completely at a disadvantage. 1 against 3 was too much for the current Hela, and it looked like she would be heavily injured at any moment. However, Han Xiao knew her well. Although Hela could not beat the 3 of them, she could still hold on for a short period of time. After all, her lifesteal ability was quite strong, and the power of reducing her lifespan was terrifying. It affected the enemy's performance and made them not dare to exchange injuries. The second area was a large-scale army battle. The mechanical army controlled by Mechanical Catastrophe was fighting with the defense fleet of the stronghold. The battle was at a stalemate. The defense fleet mainly wanted to turn back and support Hyla, while Mechanical Catastrophe's army was trying to pin them down. The third battlefield was Sagman and Taylor. They were attacking the Stargate station, cutting off Hela's path of retreat and the path of reinforcements. They had a huge advantage. When they destroyed all the stargates, they would turn back and attack Hela. Thinking of this, he stepped forward and volunteered. Your Excellency Ames, how about I go? How can I let a guest help me? Fu Ding, bring Your Excellency Yin Ying to the observation deck to watch the battle. Ames waved her hand and turned around to leave the room. Her dress danced like a black flower. Her tall figure disappeared from their sight, and only one sentence floated from afar. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to deal with. Without this chapter, I'm already a salted fish. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.